Push to talk now. Hold of it. It's that.
think in terms of being active in NAHT, I think their reluctance is sometimes just a misunderstanding about the purpose of a trades union. You know, lots of members will look upon this as like an insurance scheme, doesn't they? If there were some issues in school where they felt challenged, they feel like they need to get involved in the union in some way. I think what people miss out on is kind of like the richness and the vitality, if you like, of being involved at a different level where you get to mix with your colleagues. Like, it's amazing professional development because you learn so much about the things that are going on nationally, but also you just get that element of support that probably is lacking if you're in a smaller team. It's an amazing experience, and I couldn't emphasize more that people should get involved as much as they can. Yeah, I got involved in NAHT during COVID. It was a really challenging time. I think I was really lucky to work in a local authority that was really supportive, but there were so many questions. And I just came across an opportunity provided to me to kind of get involved, to talk about secondary education particularly, and I just took that chance. I've never looked back. It's been an amazing experience. I think networking is always the most important thing, right? I'm very lucky to work with some amazing colleagues in Wales and in Northern Ireland and across the nations actually, and it's been a fantastic experience. I've been lucky enough to move on just from my branch, and I sit now on the national exec, and that's been a really important part of it too. But I think the most significant part for me has been those wins. When you work, particularly as we do in Wales, where we get to engage directly in government and you actually see policy change, that benefits your colleague head teachers, there isn't a better experience than that, and it isn't a better feeling, and that's where I found it most rewarding.
Good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome back for day 2 of our conference. It was great for Dave and I to see so many of you last night during our very quick stop tours of our regions and national dinners. And I hope that yesterday left you feeling as energised, challenged and inspired as it did me. One of the real privileges of this role over the past year has been the opportunity that I have had to visit regions and nations across the UK. In every place I've been, I've seen the same thing. Dedicated professionals, deep commitment to children and young people, and a shared determination to do the very best for our schools and communities. This conference brings all of that together. It's a chance to reconnect, to reflect those shared experiences, and to strengthen our collective voice. As we move to today's debates and discussions, let's carry this spirit with us, grounded in what we've seen and what we know and what we stand for as a profession. Today, we will also have some very important speakers, Sinead McBrady from Education Support and Tony Gallagher from Queen's University Belfast. Please be aware, delegates, that both speakers have said that they are willing to take a few questions from the 2-minute mics after their speeches. So if you have a question you would like to ask, then please be ready to queue at the 2-minute mics. Conference, just as a reminder before we begin with the debates, just a brief message from me on timekeeping. Annual conference is our biggest democratic event of the year and is an essential forum for the debates that shape our strategy, policy and campaigns for the year ahead. To make sure we hear every motion and that delegates are able to vote fully informed by the speeches from the proposers and seconders and the view from all of you as representatives of branches and regions, we must ensure that conference keeps to time. The timing for the proposer and the seconder is a combined 5 minutes. It's not 5 minutes each. We've also had a few upgrades to the stage. We've installed a trapdoor. Which is linked to the huge 58-inch screen that shows the time beside the lectern. Importantly, though, please do respect the bell. It is not an invitation for you to speed up. Please close the speech at that point. Concerns have been rightly raised by delegates that it's unfair on others if the debate is delayed. There is a time-keeping device, as I've just said. It's so huge you cannot miss it, at the right of the podium if you need it. On every motion, you will have opportunities to speak from the 2-minute mics, either if you have indicated or if you are a spontaneous speaker. What I would ask as delegates is that you see our timekeeping as a collective responsibility. We don't want no bloodshed. The point of speaking is to introduce new insights and points of view into the debate. If you are queuing at the mic and someone's already made your point, please don't worry about exiting the queue, as it will give precious minutes back to the agenda. As Chair, it is my priority that we have a constructive and formative debate on every motion. I will try my best to ensure that we do not have to cut speaking time for proposers and seconders, and I will try and ensure that we hear as many people as possible. However, when the debate comes, vigorous agreement from the floor, we will bring it to a close to ensure that we keep to time. Thank you, and let's get started. We will begin today's session with motion 2 and try to get as far as we can through the agenda. We've decided that because of the relevance of the important Ofsted motion at motion 12, we will take that at the end of this debate session, regardless of where we are in the agenda. So could I please have the proposer, Martin Vero, and seconder, Nazma Jazit. Thank you.
Where's the trapdoor, Ange? Right. Morning conference, Martin Vero, National Exec for Yorkshire, and I'm speaking on behalf of International Committee this morning. 3 things in human life are important. The first is to be kind. The second is to be kind. The third is to be kind. So said the American author Henry James about 100 years ago. Those words speak to something deep within us. I think we all want to believe that kindness is our default. I think it is. But I also know, too often, human beings are capable of profound unkindness, of prejudice, division, hatred and harm. History shows us that in times of uncertainty and hardship, these forces grow stronger. History also shows us what can lead to if they're left unchallenged. Such unkindness is not consigned to history. It isn't happening in distant lands. In our schools today, we are supporting children, families and staff displaced by conflict. They're welcomed into communities, although not always by everyone. And many leaders are seeing the direct impact on people who have experienced trauma, fear and hate. That is why this motion matters. Remember yesterday, act today. That is a powerful message that we all heard yesterday from Remembering Srebrenica. It urges us to learn from the awful nightmare of genocide. It reminds us that we must all continue to play our part, however small, and work towards building a cohesive society, whilst discrimination, exclusion, and the promotion of hatred and extremism still persist. As schools, we've got a vital role to play in this endeavour. Not in a single lesson or in a corner of the curriculum, but in everything that we do. Curriculum, school culture, safeguarding, and the way we work with others to engage with and support and protect our communities. Let's not forget those adults who become bigoted, racist, divisive and unkind. Those who fuel, support and enable acts of horror towards others. They all learned in classrooms, played in playgrounds, sat through our assemblies. Education, as we heard yesterday, has never been more important. However, this is not just an educational issue, it is also a trade union issue. Solidarity with refugees and asylum seekers reflects some of the core values of the trade union movement: dignity, inclusion, justice. We're already doing a lot of this good work, but we need the resources, the time and the safe spaces to do it well and to encourage others. We need to ensure that as many of our children as possible learn to understand the paramount importance of Henry James's words and what can happen when we forget. Conference, I move.
Good morning, conference. Nazma Jasset, Leicester City Branch President and National Executive for the East Midlands. Conference. Across our communities, we are seeing the sharp impact of global crisis playing out locally. Too often, the public and political response is to scapegoat refugees and people seeking asylum, fueling fear and division rather than understanding. Our schools do not exist apart from this wider context, but they must offer something different within it. As leaders, we see this reality every day. Children arrive at our gates carrying experiences of loss, uncertainty, trauma, and displacement. For some, school is the most stable part of their lives. And from my personal experience as an immigrant from a war-torn region, I know how powerful that stability can be. When everything else feels uncertain, school routines, familiar faces, and a sense of belonging matter more than we sometimes realize. We are leading schools at a time when external pressures feel relentless. The narratives children hear, sometimes echoed in media or public debate, do not stop at the school gate. They arrive with our pupils and our families. When compassion is absent in wider public conversations, schools increasingly become the place where reassurance, dignity, and truth must be actively upheld. This places a particular responsibility on us as leaders in schools. Creating environments rooted in care and inclusion should not be an option for us as leaders in education. It should sit at the heart of safeguarding well-being and effective leadership. But doing that work alone can feel very isolating when decisions are scrutinized or challenged. That is why collective strength matters. As a professional community and as a union, we must ensure leaders are supported when they lead with integrity and stand against division. Our support for School Sanctuary is a practical expression of these professional values. Conference, this motion reflects our values and the responsibilities that guide our work as school leaders, and for that reason, I second it and urge Conference to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. We have had indicated speakers on this one. We have Sam Williams and Matthew Cave.
Sam Williams, Bristol Branch. The maintained nursery school I lead serves a diverse and under-resourced community, which includes hundreds of children and families who are seeking asylum. Over the last couple of years, their homes has become a target of far-right protests. In Bristol in September 2025, all schools of sanctuary were written to by a group who organised these protests to intimidate school leaders and schools from giving that message of sanctuary and welcome to all children. School leaders need the support of our trade union when carrying out their statutory duties to welcome and support all children and families. I thank the International Committee for bringing this motion, and I wholeheartedly support it. Thank you.
Matthew Cave, Bristol Branch. Colleagues, my school's at a bit of a crossroads. We're working towards becoming a school of sanctuary, committed to harbouring those that need us. However, we can't ignore the reality outside of our gates. In my local community in South Bristol, the divisions are literal. Our families have to walk through a sea of flags on every lamppost that have become a symbol of us versus them. And that tension is walking right into our playground. To give you a sense of the diplomatic challenge we're navigating, I found myself with a parent new to the country who brought her 2-year-old in, who'd been followed into the school with a group waving St. George's crosses behind her. I ended up walking her home, armed with nothing but my teacher stare, and ended up with a complaint from them about me being intimidating. So We need our union to advocate for the resources and training to give us courage to speak up, to provide a united front that ensures our school remains neutral ground, and to offer unwavering solidarity when staff face any pushback from their community for simply upholding the values of inclusion. I support this motion.
Thank you, and we have a speaker at the mic.
Thank you, conference. Mogeni Sumba, Hampshire, first-time delegate and first-time speaker. This motion is close to my heart. As an immigrant in this country, we talk about tolerance. We need to be a tolerant society. I do not agree. We need to be an understanding society. There's a difference between tolerance and understanding. As an educator, as educators, our role is to promote understanding. This motion will help us bring understanding to our young people. I support the motion.
Conference, we're now going to take this to the vote. If you are in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you. And any against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. I'd now like to welcome up Michelle Shishi, Alison Francis, 4-3A, Lynn Clark and Karen Scott, 4-3B.
Thank you. Good morning, conference. It's great to be back in this beautiful city. Last time I was here was to see the undertones, and I'm hoping that this weekend will be just as exciting. And what could be more exciting than, and I quote, a radical reform of rights for children with SEND? This is long overdue. With the increasing number of children with needs in mainstream school, we were really looking forward to some possible answers. One of which, it seems, is to provide more resource provisions and SEN units in mainstream schools in order to manage the needs of our SEND children. That is, manage the needs, not meet them. Many schools, finding that providing for the range of needs within a class is virtually impossible, have set up an informal similar system themselves. I must admit this provision sounds lovely. Who wouldn't want their child educated in the Pine Forest Room or the Little Acorn Suite? But is the purpose of these units to provide an excellent education for the children, or to get them out of the way so that the other children can learn more effectively? This is in no way a criticism of the school leaders who implement such a system. I was one myself, because with the available resources, what choice do you have? Let me tell you about a 7-year-old neurodiverse boy with ADHD, currently attending a mainstream primary school. We'll call him Michael. When he started school, he obtained an EHCP very quickly and managed reasonably well in early years. However, in year 1, as the communication gap between him and the other children began to grow, he often became dysregulated in school. Each day was spent in the provision that the school had set up for SEND children, run by support staff, and by the summer term in year 1, Michael was being sent home every day because he was too distressed. This was quite puzzling to his family, as although he did have meltdowns at home, they were nothing compared to his behaviour at school. One day, his mum went to pick him up, and his lovely support worker came out to tell her that he had done some really good reading. She'd given him a picture of a cow, and he was able to identify the word moo. The penny dropped. He was being looked after well, but not educated or challenged. At home, Michael was reading Dr. Seuss books. Now, both Michael's parents, his auntie and his nan, are all senior leaders in schools. After a meeting between Michael's parents and the school leaders, where they saw a video of Michael reading and enjoying books at home, in year 2, Michael was put into a class with a teacher who had been specifically trained in SEND. Michael has thrived in year 2. He has spent at least half the time in class with his peers as opposed to separate provision. He now has friends. His family know that this provision will be short-lived as Michael moves to another class in September, and they are now awaiting a tribunal to try and get him into a specialist provision where the education provided for him will be suitable for his needs. With this support, Michael will have the best chances of success, even though the road will still be bumpy. But let's put Michael into another family. Let's put him with a single parent in a deprived area who has just about enough energy after dealing with meltdowns and sleepless nights to ensure that Michael is dressed and fed, let alone to try and fight for his right to an effective education. Or let's put him in a non-English speaking family. How could they possibly take on the local authority to ensure that their son gets the provision he deserves? With the white paper just being published, it's an excellent opportunity to get things right at the start. These units need to have a fully funded, specially trained SEND teacher based within the unit. They should hold a nationally recognised SEND qualification. This is not the role of the SENCO, which is more strategic and far too demanding already. This will not be a quick fix, and in the meantime, there must be extensive SEND training for all school staff. Colleagues, it's up to us to ensure that the inequality that exists for our SEND children stops now. They must be taught, not just managed. If you believe that the education of the 20% matters just as much as the 80%, please support this motion. I move.
Good morning. The headline, families of failed students furious. The story, A-level students taught by an EYF teacher. Nonsense. Fury justified. Failure inevitable. Futures destroyed. Only we wouldn't let A-level students be taught by non-specialists, so why should children with SEND? Conference, I second this motion.
Lynn Clark.
Lynn Clark, second time at conference and first time making a motion. Thank you. Conference, I want to take you back to 1988, a time when Kenneth Baker, Secretary of State for Education, introduced 5 inset days as part of the Education Reform Act. In 1988, the government recognised something absolutely fundamental. The introduction of the national curriculum was such a profound shift that schools could not deliver it without time. Time to build knowledge, develop skills, learn and adapt together. Those 5 days were not a luxury. They were recognised as a necessity. There was an understanding that change without professional learning is not reform, it is a risk. Nearly 40 years later, the DFE is about to ask schools to deliver sweeping curriculum and SEND reforms with still just 5 inset days, unchanged since 1988, despite an education system that has transformed over 4 decades. Once again, we stand on the edge of major national reform, a white paper reshaping accountability, SEND thresholds and expectations, a curriculum review redefining what we teach and how we teach it, both landing at the same time. Let me be absolutely clear, this moment is no less significant than 1988, and yet there is silence on how school leaders in this room and beyond will deliver these changes. There's a quiet assumption that schools will simply absorb this change. That is not leadership, it is denial. And let us be honest about inequality. Academies can and do plan additional inset days when reform demands it. Maintained schools must calculate and aggregate hours to justify any request for even 1 additional inset day. Colleagues, there is no level playing field. The moral responsibility is enormous, getting the curriculum review right for children, getting SEND right for our most vulnerable children. SEND professional development now sits in the same accountability space as safeguarding. It is statutory, scrutinised and non-negotiable. We are expected to deliver an ambitious curriculum and robust SEND training with no additional time. Government has said it will provide funding for the reform. It must provide time. 2 additional days is not radical, it is not unreasonable, because without time, SEND becomes procedural, curriculum reform rushed, staff morale eroded and leaders burn out and they leave. We are being asked to implement national reform without national permission and the space and time to learn. This is a moment for our collective voice to say, time matters, professional learning matters, equity matters. Reform without resourcing is not reform, it is failure deferred. 5 stack days are what we need to deliver statutory training, and our respective school improvement programmes to deliver significant national change of the kind proposed requires 2 additional inset days. Conference, I move.
Karen Scott, Solihull Branch. I urge conference to support the motion.
We've had a friendly amendment for this one, which has been accepted. If you look on the screen, have a read of that, and then we'll ask conference if you also accept that.
Solihull Branch accept the friendly amendment for 2 additional days for the specific reforms for 2026-27 and for additional inset to be allocated for any other similar national policy reforms in the future.
Conference, can we vote that we accept that friendly amendment? Thank you. Any against? Thank you. So if you had originally indicated you wish to speak against this motion and the amendment has changed your view on it, then please do not feel obliged to speak. But I do have indicated speakers. I've got Emily Jones, Ollie Wilson, Clem Cody, Mick Murphy, Joanne Beavers and Tracy Wilson. So Emily first, please.
Emily Jones, Derbyshire Branch, East Midlands. I've recently taken on my 3rd headship in a mainstream school in an incredible trust that is highly inclusive. I lead a school, like many, not without challenge, one with heart, spirit and children that deserve the very best, who have an incredibly difficult start to education and life. I am lucky as the Trust invests heavily in inclusion and SEND. We already operate an ERS unit and are soon to open an SEMH unit alongside our mainstream provision. Colleagues, it's not easy. My staff are incredible. They face challenges in these high SEND roles that are unlike their mainstream colleagues in my school. They face high levels of aggression, abusive language, frustration, high-level needs, safeguarding needs, and stress and pressures involved in these roles are immense. Yet they turn up every day with a smile and huge hearts. My SLT, SENCO and staff work tirelessly with heart. These roles are not for everyone. My staff are dedicated, passionate and skilled in ways that go beyond training, but they deserve more. Colleagues, in order to make the white paper a success for all and in order to retain and support my staff, I should be able to recognise this in pay, in training, in resource and in proper investment. My trust, my staff, my community and my local authority want this to be a success. Sadly, I fear without proper investment, we all know what will happen. Colleagues, on behalf of my community and my pupils who deserve the best, not just a nod in the right direction, I fully support this motion, backing my staff, pupils and community whose heart, spirit and courage deserve the right investment to make education fully inclusive for all.
Thanks, Emily. Ollie.
Hi, good morning, colleagues. I'm Ollie Wilson. I'm the Birmingham Branch Vice President, first-time attendee and first-time speaker. Yesterday we heard some powerful quotes. I'd like to quote someone more powerful even than the people we heard about yesterday, Gerald the Giraffe. "We all can dance," he said, "when we find music that we love. Teaching is a specialist, expert-led profession. All children deserve a teacher. Our TAs do an incredible job, but they deserve the professional expertise and support of colleagues and leaders to do their amazing job with their amazing compassion. Support the adults who work with our most vulnerable children. Train, develop and upskill them. Support our most vulnerable children to get the best provision possible in every setting and fund this excellence. I support this motion.
Clem.
Clem Cody, Cumbria Branch, now part of the North East region. So, whoop. In Cumbria, our members strongly support motion 3A, but our members in Cumbria are really struggling with motion 3B, which is coupled to the vote. We get workload is continually being handed onto our schools, and the notions that schools will just sort this, it'll be okay. Motion 3B in its simplest form is saying we can't do more with the same resources, and our Cumbrian members get that. Where we struggle with this is is the motion is going to require our President and General Secretary to front the national media and argue we're fighting for change for a better education by removing education. We're yet to be convinced that this is the right discourse and concerned that this argument will not be supported by our parents nor our communities, and it risks us as a profession losing a lot of political capital we've gained over recent years. We're worried it's setting those up. We're worried it is setting those who represent us to fail. Whilst we agree with the principles of the motion that we can't do more, we're yet to be convinced that the removal of education is the solution to this issue. Therefore, under Rule 10.3.5, Cumbria ask that we separate these two motions to hold two separate votes. Thank you.
Mick Murphy.
Morning Conference, Mick Murphy, Wolverhampton branch. Can I just put some facts on this? Wolverhampton did a survey and over 50% of schools actually have some kind of resource base within them where children are taught at a place other than the main classroom. So this is now becoming normal, and it is, the work of many school leaders who have to focus on these resource bases in their school because it's very time consuming. We need the research, we need the training, we also need the funding, but more than anything, we're in a process of reaction at the moment. What we actually need is strategy, and I think these two motions are promoting that we move from reaction to strategy. If you're a parent of one of those children, you are always worried and you are always wondering what's going on inside the school. They deserve it. The colleagues who are working with these SEND children, obviously they need it, but we're here to serve the children. And more than anything, the children in our schools deserve this. So please support these motions.
Joanne Beavers, Sunderland branch. As Clem has said, we do support motion 3A and we recognise the need for 100% of our children, SEND, or not to receive the best education, but more and more our mainstream schools are becoming waiting schools for these children to receive what they actually deserve and need. So against 3B, once again, is it not the school leaders compromising and trying to fit a square peg into a round hole? Every day we try to make things work, we try to make things better, but again, we're bending over backwards to follow every new DFE mandate that comes our way, and at some point we just have to say no, and we have to be realistic. Would 2 days be able to give staff the training they need to cope with these ever-increasing SEND demands, including some of them that come with complex medical needs in our mainstream schools? True reform requires additional resource, realistic funding and capacity, not a reshuffling of the calendar. Increasing the number of inset days to 7 within this current framework risks significant pushback from parents and caregivers who already struggle with childcare and lost learning time. Instead, at Sunderland branch, we think national executives should campaign for a reduction in the overall administrative burden and a properly funded external support system for SEND pupils, implementation that does not rely on taking teachers out of the classroom where we all want to be.
Thank you. Tracy?
Tracy Wilson, Durham branch. I speak against motion 3B, not because I underestimate the scale of the SEND reforms, but because I question whether this proposal takes us in the right direction, particularly the proposal for an extra 2 inset days. We all recognise the pressures. The reforms are significant and the commitment to professional development is welcome. But adding 2 more statutory inset days within a 195-day framework set out in the Teachers' Pay and Conditions document is not a simple solution, and it may come with consequences. My first concern is public perception. Increasing the number of days schools are closed, we risk damaging the standing of our profession in the eyes of parents. Families already juggle work, childcare and rising costs. To them, this will not look like an investment into quality. It will look like schools being closed more often. And that matters. Public trust matters. The credibility of our profession matters. Secondly, this does not actually reduce workload, it redistributes it. The operational burden of planning, delivering and evidence the impact of 2 additional inset days will fall to school leaders and staff already stretched. We risk creating more expectation without removing anything at all. Third, we should be pushing for smarter solutions, flexible, targeted professional development, time that is embedded within the school day, investment that reduces duplication and bureaucracy, not simply adding more fixed days to already a rigid structure. If we accept this motion, we risk reinforcing a system that adds pressure while appealing to those outside education to reduce the availability and further reduce the time children are in school. Thank you.
Thank you. There are 2 people at the mics. I'm going to take those 2 and no others. Thank you.
Mark Warner, West Sussex Branch and South East Region Executive. I complete 44 years of teaching in July, and I went to university in 1979 on the back of the Warnock Report and graduated on the back of the 1981 Education Act. Not a lot has changed since then because the 81 Act was an enabling act, so it was done within existing budgets. And special needs has been the same right the way through that. So speaking to 3A, we need investment in order for special needs pupils and students to have their needs adequately met and to have a provision that is appropriate to their needs. And I really like Professor John Visser's definition of inclusion, and he says that inclusion is what happens when a person feels included. Dead simple, we just need to have a system that makes people feel included. I move.
Jim Nicholson, Stockport Branch Secretary, Stockport Branch. Speaking on behalf of Stockport Branch, we wholeheartedly support motion 3A in its entirety, but as Cumbria raised, we'd like to have a separation of the motions as we cannot support motion 3B. Thank you.
Because we have had some for and some against on 3B, we're going to exercise the right to reply for Lynn Clark. Thanks, Lynn.
Feel like I've just done the walk of shame. Right, this is completely off the cuff, this is. I feel that the differential here is between the mainstream and the academies. I know I work in an area where an academy will never have 5 inset days and have not. They have 6, they have 7. Some of them have more. They call them half-a-day spotlight days, they do. And that makes 10 days. So if I want to recruit for 5 days for next year and the school down the road has 7 inset days, you will get a better quality of CPD for SEND and the curriculum than you will at my school. I will have to call twilights, I will have to call additional days at the end of a long, hard-working day. That is not the equality for a level playing field of CPD for teachers. The division here is if you come to me as a mainstream school, you will get less. You will get more work, you will get more burden, you will get more workload. If you go down the road, you will have time, you will have space for CPD. You will have time to work with your TAs because your support staff will come in. I will have to pay for my support staff to come in for my inset days. The main focus is the inequality in the CPD. We want, as mainstream schools, to get CPD right just the same as academies, but they have the luxury of additional CP days. We do not. So there are 2 divisions within our profession. We're asking for the same respect for mainstream schools during this 1 year. I think. Thank you, conference.
Thank you. Because Clem Cody has asked to have 2 separate motions, I need a show of at least 50 hands to understand from conference whether this is what we want. So if you would like us to consider to split these 2 and vote on them separately, could you please raise your hand now? Thank you. We will do that. So we will vote on 3A first. Can I have any votes for 3A? And against? Carried. Now moving to 3B. Votes for, please raise your hand. And against? Lost. That's lost. Thank you. Moving on to motion 4. We would welcome Sarah Hewitt-Clarkson as proposer and Jess Clark as the seconder.
Sarah Hewitt-Clarkson, Birmingham Branch and National Exec. This is Claire Evans's motion, and I was seconding it, but she can't be here, so please send her some love because she is watching from home. And I'll do it justice, Claire, hopefully. She's also given me a stage direction, can you believe it, right at the end of this speech, so I'll do my best, Claire. England is facing a school leadership retention crisis, and we are failing new leaders at the very point when the system demands the most of them. Conference notes that over 1,600 head teachers left the profession for careers outside of education in 2023-24, compared to just 438 in 2010-11. Heads are now almost 4 times more likely to leave for work outside education than they were just over a decade ago. This is current workforce data, and it tells us that something fundamentally is broken in our system. Insufficient support drives high attrition. People do not stay in roles they feel unprepared for, unsupported in, or overwhelmed by. There is no mandatory, structured national induction for new school leaders. The NPQH was previously mandatory, however, it was removed in 2012. Instead, we promote excellent teachers to middle and senior leadership roles, often with little preparation for the operational complexity of leading a school, into roles carrying legal, financial, HR, estate, safeguarding and accountability responsibilities on an extraordinary scale. When leaders lack proficiency in these areas, they compensate with unsustainable effort, longer hours, fewer boundaries, ultimately leading to burnout for many. The consequences are severe. In 2025, only 20% of senior leaders said they aspired to headship, the lowest figure ever recorded. This is how leadership pipelines collapse. The motion is not radical, it is logical. We are calling for a mandatory national programme for new school leaders with no pass or fail, no probationary period, and a properly co-designed with leaders and their representatives. Not a tick box qualification, not optional, not patchy, but a structured, funded programme providing high quality training, coaching and mentoring, and sustained professional support, covering both educational leadership and essential operational competence, finance, HR, estates, governance and accountability. And critically, this motion gets something else right. It places delivery with properly funded and accountable employers. Conference has already seen what happens when support is left to chance or charity. Postcode lotteries, fragmented provision, and leaders falling through the gaps. Where local authorities have funded wellbeing and leadership support, such as in Sandwell, where Claire's from, and Leeds, uptake has been high and impact clear. Scale that nationally and the difference would be profound. Conference leadership stability is a children's issue. When experienced leaders leave, school loses institutional knowledge, staff turnover rises, and outcomes suffer. Strong leadership is not a luxury. It is the foundation on which teacher retention, school improvement, and pupil success rest. We have agreed a friendly amendment to take out references to early career framework because we want this to be built on excellent work from the local authorities such as Sandwell and Leeds, and for it to be a national framework for all schools co-designed with us. If we are serious about retention, wellbeing and education standards, then we must appropriately train our school leaders because, dramatic pause, we are worth it. Hair flick. So, there we go. So we have 40 seconds. So to honour Claire at home watching us, because she can't be here, can we all, long hair, short hair, no hair, Paul, can we do a dramatic hair flick, and can we all say, we are worth it? Ready? We are worth it. Hair flick. Conference, I move.
Jess Clark, Sandwell Branch, first-time speaker at conference. As a school business leader who works hard every day to support my head teacher with everything that Sarah said, I fully second this motion.
Conference, we've had a friendly amendment, which we will show on the screen now. Can you advise by your hands whether you accept this? Accepted, thank you. We also have indicated speakers, Deborah Park and Paige Briggs. Deborah first.
Hello, Deborah Park, Leeds Branch. I, together with Vic Logan, submitted this amendment. My role at the moment is Head Teacher Support for Leeds City Council. I'm a recent Head Teacher. As well as supporting school leaders across the city with wellbeing, I also run the new Head Teacher induction in Leeds and wanted to just explain what it looks like. We offer the following for all new heads in Leeds. We start with a welcome meeting to support the development of a network. We run a series of sessions that are run by relevant council officials and officers, including finance, governance, safeguarding, send and inclusion, appeals and admissions, how to deal with parental complaints, legal and communication, health and safety, and buildings. We also run half-termly sessions we call head-to-head sessions. Based in local schools, it gives the new leaders an opportunity to see good practice and ask questions of leaders who are further along their leadership journey. This is followed in the afternoon by a facilitated peer support group. We pair each new head teacher with an experienced head teacher as a mentor or buddy, and we also offer bespoke support where needed. We continually consult with leaders to ensure the induction gives them what they want and need. It allows us to follow national issues and concerns, but also allows us to offer tailored, locally informed guidance so new head teachers know not only what, but who to contact. We support this motion and understand it should be a national programme for consistency, but think it's important it's delivered locally to provide that local informed guidance with input from school leaders. Thank you.
Thank you. Paige, please.
Hi, I'm Paige Briggs, Coventry Branch. I'm first time at conference. As a newish leader, in comparison to the years of experience surrounding me, I support this motion. I'm in a privileged position as both assistant head and deputy. I've had a supportive head teacher who has signposted me to courses and encouraged me to make one-to-one connections with other leaders within my network and within my local authority. But not all leaders are as lucky, and not all heads have capacity for this or have the luxury of time. Becoming a leader is a make or break moment. It is a sink or swim, if you will. We have all experienced it. I think such a course will set more new leaders up for success and ensure consistent leadership moving forward. So I support this motion.
Thank you. There's nobody else at the 2-minute mics. Can we take a vote, please, conference? All those in favour? And against? Carried. Thank you. I'd like to move on to motion 5 now, please, and invite up Jackie Bartley as proposer and Chris Parry, who's going to keep to time today because he's been warned, as seconder.
Good morning, conference. Firstly, can I say Jackie Bartley, Northern Ireland National Exec, and I'm chair of the Secondary Council. But can I also say a big welcome to Belfast? It's just so wonderful for us to be able to host you over the weekend. Colleagues, I rise to propose this motion on curriculum and assessment change across our nations and, crucially, the urgent need to address workload, capacity and resourcing at Key Stage 4 and Key Stage 5. Let's be honest about where we are. Across England, Wales and Northern Ireland, secondary school leaders are not resisting change. Far from it. We understand the need to evolve curricula, improve assessment and strengthen pathways for our young people. But change without realism is not progress, it is pressure, and that pressure is now unsustainable. We're being asked to implement significant and often overlapping changes to qualifications, accountability systems and post-16 pathways, all while operating within tight budgets, shrinking staffing pools and rising expectations. The pace is relentless. The cumulative impact is overwhelming. This is not just about workload, it's about capacity. Every change demands time, and time to plan, to train staff, to adapt curriculum models, to quality assured delivery. But time is the one resource that we don't have. Leaders are stretched between strategic planning and operational firefighting. Teachers are balancing classroom excellence with ever-growing administrative demands. And the human cost is becoming impossible to ignore. We're seeing declining morale, we're seeing rising absence, and perhaps most concerning of all, we're losing experienced leaders and teachers, the very people that we rely on to make change successful. If we continue on this path, we risk undermining the very system that we're trying to improve. Conference, this motion is not anti-change, it's pro-sustainable change, because successful change depends on three simple truths. Firstly, change needs realistic timelines. Schools cannot implement complex changes at speed without compromising quality. Evidence-based pacing is not a luxury, it's a necessity. Secondly, it requires proper funding. We cannot continue to absorb new expectations without the resources to deliver them. Ring-fenced investment is essential. And thirdly, change depends on people. A stable, supported workforce is the foundation of any successful education system. Without it, no policy, however well designed, can succeed. And that is why the role of the NAHT is so critical. We must ensure that well-being, mental health and retention are not afterthoughts, but central principles in every conversation about change. We must bring the lived experience of school leaders into national policy making, not as consultation after the fact, but as a starting point. We must continue to campaign robustly and unapologetically for the funding our schools need. We must push back against unrealistic timelines, and we must challenge unnecessarily workload. The duplication, the excessive accountability measures, the unfunded expectations that add strain without adding value. Because here's the reality. If we don't protect our workforce, we'll not have a workforce left to deliver. If we don't trust school leaders as professionals, we will stifle the very expertise needed to make change meaningful. And if we don't act now, the long-term sustainability of secondary education across our nations will be at risk. So let's be clear in our message today. We support change, but not at any cost. We stand for high standards, but also for humane systems. And we believe that protecting the people at the very heart of education is not optional, it's essential. Conference, I move.
Chris Parry, Caerphilly Branch, National Exec Conference. I second this motion.
Conference, can we take a vote, please? Raise your hands for all those in favour. And against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Conference, we're now going to move to motion 12 so that we can get this in timely before one of our guest speakers. I would like to invite Sarah Hewitt-Clarkson and Amanda Hume for 12A.
Sarah Hewitt-Clarkson, Birmingham. Hello, here we go. This is the start of a mega motion. In October last year, the NAHT went to the High Court. We wanted a judicial review to consider Ofsted's consultation on the new framework. The consultation was flawed, we believe, in many, many ways. For example, it did not consult on secure fit versus best fit. It did not publish any free text answers submitted. It did not give people options about different kinds of inspection. Narrative reports, for example, like we have in Northern Ireland and Wales. It did not take into account the impact on leaders' health and on risks posed by the new framework. The new framework combines attendance and behaviour, two very different aspects of school. The judge said the merits of the Ofsted report card were not matters for the court. We appealed and we lost.
But the decision did not detract from our valid and reasonable concerns about the damage to health and well-being of leaders. Paul Whiteman said, "It is an acute and basic health and safety issue recognised by an independent report commissioned by Ofsted itself, which has not been dealt with at all. Both Ofsted and the government have failed to address the very real risks imposed by the new framework to school leaders. The health and safety of our members must not be compromised by the recklessness of the Inspectorate and of the government." When we listen to our members after their inspections, we have noted a word that is used over and over again, and the word is brutal. This cannot be right. Our children need the very best school leaders, kind, strong, moral, energetic, and non-brutalised. We need urgent reform. The Ofsted complaints procedure does not ask the right questions, so an action we are asking members to consider is to write to Sir Martin Oliver and tell him our reflections. In seconding this motion, Amanda will read her a condensed version of her letter that she sent to Sir Martin this week.
Thank you. Amanda Hume, Bolton Branch. Dear Sir Martin Oliver, I am writing not to make a complaint, but to offer a reflection. While the inspection team themselves were professional, courteous and fair throughout, the framework under which they were required to operate was not fair. My understanding was that the new framework would better support the well-being of school leaders and provide parents with a clearer, more accurate view of their child's school. Unfortunately, in my experience, it achieved neither aim. This was my 5th inspection as a head teacher. It was, by some distance, the most stressful experience of my career and had a significant adverse impact on my health in the period leading up to the inspection and after the inspection. I do not believe that the new framework provides parents with the clarity it promised. We were one bullet point away from achieving a strong standard for attendance and behaviour and inclusion, and similarly, only one sentence within a bullet point away from achieving strong standard for personal development and well-being. It is difficult to understand how such fine margins can offer parents a meaningful or coherent understanding of a school. The new framework fails to take account of the operational realities of a single form entry school, where staff commonly undertake multiple roles and responsibilities. Consequently, senior leaders who also serve as full-time class teachers were unable to attend all learning walks, and several meetings were held without key personnel present. It was evident that inspectors were required to work through a set of predetermined bullet points, and that much of what we do as a school simply did not count within the framework, regardless of its impact or quality. Once again, I want to emphasise that I do not fault the inspectors themselves. They carried out their roles with professionalism and compassion. However, I cannot believe that this is the outcome that you envisaged when the new framework was introduced. When I met with you shortly after your appointment, I felt genuinely hopeful that this new approach could deliver on its promises. However, a framework based on a secure fit rather than best fit can never deliver your vision, and I feel let down on behalf of my whole school community. We will recover. I will rebuild my staff team, and our children will continue to be supported to achieve, belong and thrive. However, this will take time. The visit resulted in a setback that will require additional time and focused effort to address it, and it did not deliver on the standard-raising experience that you had promised us all. If you are ever in the North West, I would warmly welcome you to visit our school, not to revisit the inspection outcomes, nor to persuade you that we are more than our report, but simply so that you can see the excellent work that takes place here every day and meet our wonderful children. Kind regards, Amanda Hume.
I'd like to now invite up Julie Craggs and Tracy Wilson for 12B. And then if I could also have queued up Clem Cody and Bex Ensall and Amy Lassman and James Hawkins ready, thanks.
Speaker. This motion is not about whether schools should be inspected. It's about something more fundamental: who decides what education is for. In a democracy, education policy should be shaped through Parliament, informed by evidence and grounded in professional expertise, not by an unelected inspectorate. Ofsted was created to evaluate, not to determine pedagogy, set national expectations or regulate classroom practice. Yet increasingly this is exactly what frameworks are doing. The 2019 framework drove curriculum redesign not through legislation but through inspection. No new Act of Parliament, no major reform from the DfE, and yet practice changed at a national scale. And we're seeing it again. With attendance, behaviour and inclusion explicitly graded, schools are already redirecting time, staffing and priorities to align. That is not neutral evaluation, that is practice being driven by inspection. Report cards, multiple graded categories, a secure fit model. They appear more nuanced, but they send powerful signals about what matters. And in a high-stakes system, schools will align to those signals. That is policy influence without democratic scrutiny. The consequences are clear: narrowed priorities, increased workload and reduced professional autonomy. Conference, this motion is about restoring balance. It calls for statutory clarity on Ofsted's remit so it cannot act as a de facto policymaker, for stronger parliamentary oversight of inspection frameworks, and for genuine, meaningful consultation with the profession. Education policy must be set democratically. Inspection must evaluate how well it is delivered. Those are distinct roles. If inspection frameworks continue to shape practice, we risk creating policy by default. Ofsted should inspect, government should govern, and the profession should shape practice. Conference, I move. Tracy Wilson, Durham Branch. I don't think I need to say any more. Thank you. I support this.
Conference, can I just remind us, if we are doing lettered motions, that we can use the mics on the floor also? We should, sorry. Not we can, we should. Thank you. Clem, Cody and Bex, please.
It's Graham Frost for Cumbria Branch proposing. Colleagues, too often the profession, the work that we do is talked about in the media. Too few times are we talked to about the work. So we talked about, not talked to. And it was because of this that when there was an announcement in the press, end of January, that the Secretary of State had a view that we should, if we exclude a child, we should keep them internally, not send them home. It was a bit more nuanced than that once you drilled down, but the point was, to one of our members in Cumbria Branch, this was just, yet again, an announcement being made without seeming to have consulted the profession and fully understood the pain that we go through with those kind of decisions. So this motion grew out of that communication from a member in our branch. And so I do feel that we have to once again say very loud and clear to the policymakers, they must consult us, they must talk to us, rather than just sounding off for a few sound bites. Colleagues, please support this motion.
And Bex.
I agree with Graham. I'm Bex Sensel and I'm first-time speaker. So we shouldn't be waking up to news of what we're doing or a new initiative, thoughts of, how's that going to impact me, or even just, what am I doing? As leaders, we are asked to be strategic, and we're judged as to whether we are strategic, and yet we are then straitjacketed into actions with no proper preparation or strategy, just reaction. In conference, we should expect better. Education isn't about making policymakers look good or sound bites. It's about doing exceptional work for our children.
Thank you. Amy?
Morning, Conference. Amy Lassman, Birmingham Branch. I agree with everything previous speakers have said. So, Andrew, you'll be pleased I've crossed out a lot of this. I'm not going to go there. But polite concern is not enough. The question before us today is not whether we disapprove of this framework, because we do. The question is whether we're prepared to match the seriousness of the harm with the seriousness of our response. Maintaining the threat of industrial action is not about rushing to strike. It's about power. It's about leverage. It's about being taken seriously by those who shape the system we work within. Industrial action is not the first step, but it must remain firmly on the table. A union that rules out its strongest tool disarms itself. This motion calls for evidence gathering, lobbying, campaigning, and yes, exploring legal and industrial strategies. That's not extremism, that is responsibility. It says to our members, we believe you. It says to government and Ofsted, this system is causing harm and we will not stand by. And it says to every school leader struggling under this framework, you are not alone. Conference, if the inspection regime is allowed to endanger well-being and livelihoods, then our response must be proportionate to that danger. Conference, I move.
James Hawkins, Birmingham branch, morning conference. Very, very simply, we need to keep industrial action well and truly on the table and visible to government and particularly to our friends at Ofsted. We need to make sure that we use everything within our framework and our power as a union to champion and oppose the framework. And I think if we keep the conversation going about how as a union we can use that power to strike a blow to something that we all know is fundamentally wrong and built on fractured and fragile framework that continues to threaten the lives of our colleagues, then we need to do everything we can to ensure that we use the powers we have to make the difference and change so that we can get on and do our bloody job. And this is a timely reminder that if there's anyone in this room that continues to inspect, as an Ofsted inspector, don't take it personally, but I believe you should burn your badge. Thank you, conference.
Conference, we've had a friendly amendment for 12D, which will now be shown on the screen. Conference, can you show your hand if you agree with this? Thank you. Oh, we've got somebody at the mics. Is it Michelle? Sorry, it's Doc.
Michelle Sheehy, Walsall branch. I just remember a couple of years ago when Ruth Perry's sister came to talk to us, and I put forward an emergency motion again to try and persuade Ofsted inspectors that were members to refrain from inspecting until the framework had changed and it had become better. Well, you know, it has changed and it's become worse. So again, I'd echo what James said. Please, can you just think about refraining from carrying out inspections yourselves, because it doesn't send a very good message. It doesn't show that we disagree with the regime if we're actually supporting it by doing it. So, thank you.
Thanks, Michelle. Ed?
Thank you. Ed Seeley, Nottinghamshire branch and National Exec. Thank you for accepting the amendment. I think it's really important that we not only oppose this framework, but we're also pushing urgently for a clarification in one particular area. It's becoming clear that the achievement grade is getting far too many schools being judged as needs attention. I've spoken with a number of heads in Nottinghamshire, and as a region we've been trying to do this more widely. Too many schools are there because they're failing one little bullet point because they're below average. Ofsted needs to make sure they clarify and broaden those words typically and broadly at the very least in that thing, and we need to do that urgently while we're pushing for larger change, because as we've heard, this framework was supposed to be the one to look after our well-being, to improve the inspection process and make it worse. And I think what it's proved is Ofsted is incapable of meaningful, positive reform to how they inspect, and we need to be clearer and more urgent in those changes. Thank you.
Mic number 2, please.
Michael Rowley, Birmingham branch, first time at conference and first time speaker. I just wanted to make a point. I'm relatively new assistant head teacher, and we have a new head teacher in our school. And I just want to make the point that we seem to be spending a lot of time in our leadership meetings talking about Ofsted and talking about the framework. And having school improvement partners and spending a lot of time and money and resource thinking about how we're going to evidence the framework rather than just concentrate on the students and the kids and the education. And also as a parent, I want to make the point that the grading or the result of an Ofsted inspection pays very little to where I send my kids. It's the catchment area, it's where I live. And what it says to a parent when your kid goes to a school that is deemed as a failing school, what that says to a community. So the whole framework needs completely changing. So there you go. Thanks.
Thank you. Mic number 1, please.
Deborah Park, Leeds branch. As I said, I support wellbeing across Leeds for head teachers. When I attended conference last year, the biggest issue was parental complaints. The biggest issue now is Ofsted. Before, during and after inspection, a lot of heads say they feel numb, dead. They just don't know what to do after the inspection. It takes them a while to recover from it. Yeah, I support this motion.
Thank you. Mic number 2, please.
Sarah Oliver, Hampshire branch, South Central. Third time at conference, first time speaking. Excuse me, because I'm having quite a physical reaction to this motion. I fully support this motion. I'm 10 years into headship. I absolutely love my job, despite the 60-hour week. I definitely lead with absolute hope and joy, but at the moment I'm struggling. This framework has made 2 of my colleagues very unwell. Not to mention the re-timetabling for 2 days, which seems impossible in my head. Most importantly, I will go as far as to say I have a strong school, amazing community, fantastic team, but they might not see that, and it might be because of a bullet point. It is absolutely unreasonable to be judged in this way. A colleague down the road has lost several children, some trying to come to my school because of a few bullet points. She's amazing. This shouldn't be happening to any of us. I know that it could happen to me very soon. I'm right in the window. We have to do more. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to stay on mic 2 and then move to mic 3.
Hello, Marcus Cooper. I'm from Hertfordshire branch. Thank you. I'm the CEO of a multi-academy trust. I am very proud of all my 7 schools. One of them was inspected in February this year, and the on-site inspection, although rigorous and tiring and exhausting for senior leaders, was actually well received in many ways because it was felt the HMI and the colleagues that inspected with her actually really got the school. They really felt this was a school. And when they say in the framework that we inspect through a unique view of each school, they felt that that had happened. Sadly, on day 18, when typically the report arrives with the school, rather than the report arriving, the head teacher had a telephone call saying that her provisional judgments had been changed by a remote enhanced quality assurance. This enhanced quality assurance was not conducted by people that visited the school or saw the school. It was actually conducted remotely. That left, as you can imagine, the head teacher very, very, very distressed. And since then, we have been in ongoing dialogue with Ofsted. All I can say, because we're continuing to complain about it, is that I almost lost one of my most experienced, hard-working, dedicated, inclusive head teachers, not just to teaching, but as her CEO for many, many periods of time. I thought we were going to lose her possibly in more ways than that. So I do really think that, you know, if we are going to a framework where people say that they will look through the lens of each individual school, that they should trust their own inspectors that have actually visited the school. I am now in a very strange position where I am, if you like, trying to defend the actual inspectors that visited the school. And what I'm being told by Ofsted is it may be their evidence base wasn't secure enough, despite 2 telephone calls to the duty desk. I'd like, though, publicly to say thanks to senior leaders in NAHT, to Paul and some of his colleagues, because they personally have given a lot of support and have reached out to that head teacher. And for me, it just is really very sad that people doing a remote, enhanced quality assurance to ensure that there is national comparisons can overrule the judgment of what was 5 inspector days in a school, seeing the children, seeing the teachers, meeting the leaders, meeting the parents. It seems to me unusual. We are now at complaint, and I agree that the complaint system, I hope and trust it has rigorousness, but when you've been told that your regional director, senior HMI, and everyone else knows about this, and you get as a complaint lead a HMI from a different region, does make you wonder about how that will be taken. So I just want to say I fully endorse this, particularly about motion 12A, because the impact it's having on leaders in my schools is just horrendous.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to go to mic 3 and then mic 1, but I'm not going to take any more after the cues that are already there. Thank you.
Hi, Hannah Fordable, Oxfordshire branch. I've been inspected under the new framework. I run 2 schools that are very, very different in Oxford. One has an IDSR that's very green. In fact, it's completely green. The other has an IDSR that is completely red. And that's because they serve really different communities. But I lead both of those schools. I was inspected in 2023 under the old framework in the school with the IDSR that is red. I was inspected in 2026 under the new framework under the IDSR, which is green. 2 out of the 3 inspectors were the same inspectors. I left the inspection not feeling that I'd learned anything new, but knowing that I was going to really struggle when I had to go back into the inspection in the school with an IDSR that is predominantly red. And yet, if you read the feedback under those Ofsted inspections in those schools, it's not very different, because I'm the same leader and I'm the same person doing the same job to the same standard in 2 different schools. Yes, their needs are different, but the children deserve the same quality regardless of what their experience is coming into school. My point is that we really need to be reinforcing the difference in inspection experience. The irony is that and in the inspection, they were saying to me, we'd like to give you exceptional in 2 areas, but we can't. We can't give it to you because we've been to the duty desk and they said no. They said no because your data for attendance for pupil premium children was below national, despite the fact we recognise that nearly 50% of those pupil premium children are under GOSH. It's ridiculous, I can't change it. I strongly support the motion, but please can we make sure that we're supporting schools with red IDSRs?
Thank you. Mic 1, please.
Emily Jones, Derbyshire branch, East Mids. 2 words spring to mind here, fight and panic. Why are we fighting? Why are we ticking boxes? Why are we fighting to ensure that we're getting these outcomes when actually what we should be fighting for is for our children and getting the right education? My school, there is no way I am going to get secure fit across the board. I have a year 6 where EBSA children are piled upon me because I will take them and I will make sure that they are successful. My attendance outcomes are drastically affected because I am a highly inclusive school. I have part-time timetables. I have children that have never attended school before that are actually coming, but they're not there all the time. Panic is what springs to mind. I have spoken to many leaders locally across our region, and they are spending far too long panicking about Ofsted arriving. We should not be focusing on Ofsted, we should be focusing on other things, and the new framework just simply makes it worse for our leaders. I fully support this motion.
Thank you. Next person, please.
Lee Willis-Ferris, Northumberland branch, first-time speaker. In Northumberland, we have a disproportionate number of small and very small schools. I'm the head of a very small school with a total of 10 children. And I cannot see how I fit into this framework. I just cannot make sense of how an inspector is going to even start making sense of my school. My IDSR literally says not applicable all the way down. And I'm okay with that because it kind of takes a little bit of pressure off, I guess. But I don't expect that an inspector is going to even be able to, or perhaps even try to understand the context of my school in the way that me and my staff do. Our children are incredibly happy, incredibly safe, and all learning, but we just do not fit into this. There is no space for us within this framework. I have many conversations with other small school heads in Northumberland as the branch secretary, and those that have been inspected under this framework all agree that they are not coming in and understanding or grasping their context. But I think one thing that stuck with me that one fellow small school head said was, when I said, how was it? She said, they came, they said stuff, I nodded, they left. And I quite like that as a principle to move forward on. Thanks, conference.
Anne Billington, Devon branch. We were Ofsted in January, and I'm still broken. As is my chair at Governors, who is a local school leader, as is my vice chair at Governors, who is a very phenomenally experienced head school leader, works nationally. Over half my governing body are school leaders, and it has absolutely broken a lot of us. And my staff, not one person has gone off sick, not one person has stopped. I really hope that what we experienced is not what you will experience, and I hope it was not typical.
We've now got Dave Woods on behalf of National Exec.
Conference, I'm sure you'll hardly be surprised. National Executive very strongly supports all of these motions. Our work and campaigning on inspection reform is far from over. These motions together send a strong message that NAHT has a strategy for change and will continue to fight for a system that protects school leaders, protects education for all our pupils and all our school communities.
Right, conference, we are voting on behalf of all of the motions. Can I see hands for those in favour? And against? Unanimously carried. Thank you so much. On behalf of NAHT and personally from myself, I would like to give special thanks to one of our members. It's a member from the North East, Barbara Middleton, who was actually brave enough to be named as a named person on our judicial review. I'd like to personally thank her. Conference, thank you for participating in that important debate. If anybody has found the content challenging during this session, NAHT staff are available for support, and we have a wellbeing room in meeting room 2B on the 3rd floor. Can I also please urge you to have a look at our recent guidance on challenging inspections and including live inspections also. Thank you. I'm now absolutely delighted to introduce Sinead McBrady, Chief Executive of Education Support, and someone many of you will already know and deeply respect. Sinead has been a good, steadfast friend to NAHT over the years, but more than that, she has been a powerful and consistent voice for the well-being and integrity of our profession. She brings a rare combination of honesty, intelligence, and compassion to everything she does. Her ability to speak plainly about the realities we face while never losing sight of what truly matters for educators and the children we serve is deeply inspiring. Sinead challenges us to think differently, to act with courage, and to keep professional values at the heart of our work. It's fair to say that if the wider system listened more closely to voices like Sinead's, we would be in an even stronger place as a profession. Please join me in warmly welcoming Sinead McBrady.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Just watching you in action over the last couple of days, I was struck by your calm authority and thoughtfulness. That's not just because you've been nice about me, but I wondered whether you would consider in the next year, when you conclude this role, doing a little presidential coaching, maybe, for presidents who have lost their way, for presidents who maybe just need that extra helping hand to get clarity and purpose.
Anything for you, Sinead.
Just one for the International Committee to consider. Colleagues, it's a true honour and privilege to be with you here. To be with NAHT in this city is as good as it gets. In my world, this is a fantastic weekend. I'm going to speak this morning, it's still morning, isn't it, to the theme of conference. And before I get into it, I just want to remind everybody, Education Support is the national charity for the well-being and mental health of the education workforce. That is our bread and butter. That is the work that we do every day. My colleague Elle is on a stall outside, and she can give you all the information you might need around different services that we offer and ways that you can get involved in the work that we do. But I also want to just clarify, when we're talking about hope and joy, I come to this, of course, with a well-being lens. Well-being and the well-being of the profession drives performance, drives what we can accomplish. That is what enables us to achieve outcomes for children and young people. And I don't say that just because I think it's nice. I say that because there is a mile thick of scientific evidence that makes that case really clearly. So when we think about hope and joy today, I want us to hold in mind that that's more than nice sentiment. Sustaining your hope in the work that you do, that future orientation for improvement that, frankly, anybody who spends a career in education is imbued with, because you literally work every day for the future. Managing that alongside the ability to experience joy, particularly in the context we're talking about, so that that joy can be present on a day-to-day basis and keep you going, is incredibly important for lots of reasons. So, you know, I make my living out of being fairly miserable much of the time. I'm not known for my jollity, normally. However, I am leaning into this conference theme. I'm going to go full unicorns and rainbows on you today. But first, I want to talk a little bit about the big picture and just remind us where we are. And we may not agree on all of this, but it does seem to me, when I reflect on where our system is, and I think about, I don't know, the period since the end of the Second World War, so many things have changed. And we live in a time of such great paradoxes, I think. Our children and young people are less likely to die or be severely disabled from childhood diseases, for example. And at the same time, they're less well and less healthy. Our society, we've talked yesterday with great passion about hate and division. There is at the same time, and again, if anyone is looking for a good shot of hope, a good shot in the arm for hope, please read Rutger Bregman's book, Humankind, A Hopeful History. But we do live in a time where society is safer and less violent than it has ever been. Of course, we have the digital means for what does happen that is negative to be amplified and highly visible. But the reality is, on the ground, our societies are safer than they've ever been. And that's because there is a vast amount of decency in the world and in our communities, and we should hold tight to that. But even though that's true, our children and young people are more anxious than ever before. We live in a time where our children and young people have access to unfathomable amounts of knowledge and highly stimulating environments, both on and offline. That sits alongside huge increases in attention difficulties. Young people have more recognition and respect for diversity and the value of diversity, whilst at the same time being more politically polarized. These are very odd times for those of us who grew up in slightly less paradoxical communities. Is it good or is it bad? I don't know. It's certainly different. When we look at our education system over the long run, we have to recognize, because it's important as sustenance, I think, for us, to recognize that there are many things that are good. We have, you know, if I think back to when my father went to school, in Northern Ireland, we have universal access. We have, across the 4 nations of the United Kingdom and Northern Ireland, the provision that we have, for example, for disabled children may not be perfect, has a long way to go, can improve greatly, but it's radically different from when I was young. The attainment by girls, the attainment by racialized pupils from global majority backgrounds has improved significantly, not among all communities, and we have a lot of work still to do, but it is a lot better. Where I live in South London and Brixton, it's a lot better. Literacy and numeracy, internationally strong. Our philosophical and practical considerations around safeguarding are so different. The way in which children's rights are held and how we consider the rights of children and young people makes the environment and the society we live in really very different. So there are many things that are good, but as you've heard yesterday and today, there are many things that are really problematic and difficult. One of those is well-being. No shock. Charity CEO, well-being CEO talks about well-being. I don't know if the press table at the back got that. When we think about well-being, I often talk about teacher well-being. I want to start, though, by talking about the well-being of our children and young people. The 2025 UNICEF Innocenti report on childhood well-being in rich countries paints a grim picture for us. The United Kingdom performs poorly, and across a range of studies, England in particular performs poorly on the mental health and well-being of our children and young people, and on the life satisfaction of our young people compared to other countries. If you had the choice, you'd choose to be a child in the Netherlands or Denmark or France. When they measure that, they are looking at mental health, physical health, but also academic outcomes and social skills. So this is not a polarized, kids can be well and not terribly well educated, or they can be happy, or they can be very well educated with great attainment and be miserable. That's not the polarity that we're looking at. There are plenty of systems internationally that are doing a much better job than we are around the well-being of children and young people. And of course, the other side of that coin is teacher and school leader well-being. In Talis 24, we see the extent to which England is an outlier in teacher well-being. Teacher workload, the perception of professional value, how professionals feel valued in their societies, the intention to leave. England is really not in good shape compared to the rest of the OEC population there. When we compare England and to a lesser degree because England has more entrenched problems than either Northern Ireland or Wales. But when we look at different systems and their outcomes, it is very striking to me that systems that have high degrees of professional trust secure more balanced outcomes for children and young people. And I think this is a really important point for NAHT to think about, but for you individually in your practice to think about. A great Belfast man, C.S. Lewis, wrote, "You can't go back and change the beginning, but you can start where you are and change the end." And I think that, for me, is a point of, I guess, of hope, of thinking, where are we now and what can we do differently? I am really certain, absolutely clear, that this is a critical moment for education across the whole of the United Kingdom and Northern Ireland. And there is an unavoidable truth becoming clear in the data. Higher levels of professional trust are associated with a better balance of outcomes. We have long lived in fear of professional associations and trade unions having too strong a voice at the table in this country. And I understand to some degree how that narrative has grown. But policymakers, I think, need to come back and look at what happens in practice in other nations. This isn't about a capture of interest. This is about co-production of an education system that works really well for our children and young people. It means, when we talk about the value of professional trust, it means designing an education system that operates on the assumption that professionals know what they are doing and ought to be supported to do it, and that such a system should be well funded and the money distributed carefully to the front line. It is not enough, as has happened in Wales and Northern Ireland, to begin to push forward with professional trust, as positive as that may be. It has to be accompanied by investment, because otherwise it's just rhetoric. When we look closely at England, we see, instead of that elevation of professional trust, we see a very significant investment in managerial trust. And managerialism, so that belief that practitioners cannot be trusted without external direction, without measurement, without verification, basically treats schools as delivery vehicles that are producing measurable outputs. Now, as the parent to a 13-year-old and a 15-year-old, I'm pretty confident that my outputs are not very measurable. The things that matter most, how do we measure love? If somebody can come back and answer that question to me, then I will engage in a managerial conversation about it. But what we see in our schools up and down the country, that passion, that commitment, that care for our children and young people is so significant, not least culturally, because we have become a society in which children have much less opportunity to access a wide range of trusted adults. That opportunity ended a long time ago when work became something that most adults in most communities are engaged in, some round the clock. Teachers, school staff are such a critical resource to our children and young people in their development. And when we think about this balance between professional judgment and managerialism, England, and to a lesser extent Northern Ireland, quite a fair lesser extent, but England most definitely, is an absolute outlier in Europe in terms of the intensity of managerialism that we see in our system. And this is beyond just high-stakes inspection. It's about the league tables, the standardized testing, centrally designed curricula and assessment specifications, limited professional role in policy making, the quasi-market competitive structures that shape our school system, political suspicion of the profession that I think over time has calcified into a parental grievance culture. This, for me, is hugely important. It's not that none of those accountability elements should be in place in an education system. It's just that we've got all of them in England, quite different to most other developed economies' education systems. We have nationally, I think, internalized a narrative about the necessity of high-stakes accountability, and it just doesn't work. Therefore, For me, when I think about hope, I think about you. I think about the professionals in this room and what you can do collectively. When we look at those systems, whether it's the Netherlands or Ontario, or Dave talked about Finland, there's lots of countries. There's, to be precise, 20 countries ahead of the UK in that UNICEF report of outcomes for children and young people. When we think about that and we wonder how do we get to that future, let me be clear, I am not waiting for change to descend from the policy heavens. I'm looking to this profession to lead it, to co-construct it, to not wait for a seat at the table, but to get your elbows out and take a seat at the table. When we talk about professional trust, I think where we need to head, what I have seen in other places, when I look at also at the countries that have worse mental health, worse well-being, worse outcomes for children than we do, we can see similarities with our system. We can see areas that haven't worked terribly well. But when we try and figure out the best of what does work, and we understand what professional trust looks like in schools, I think we need to ensure and build in trust in individual practice, something that as leaders, not only do you want to receive, but you want to emulate and encourage in your own school environments, trust in collective practice, and trust in the profession, and that be designed into how we go about the day-to-day business of educating our children and young people. I think we are at the end of something now. I think we're at the beginning of a new era in which a better balance will become desired widely and resisted less strongly. I think that high scores in countries like Japan and South Korea, governments are saying are not worth the well-being cost to children and young people. And that doesn't mean they're throwing babies out with bathwater, but it means that they're reconsidering how to better balance their system. And I think we have the same challenge here, and I hope that we get ahead of it. And so, to a profession and a room full of people where I know there will be a fair degree of exhaustion, I would say to you, this is not a time for cynicism. This is genuinely a time for change. The environmental activist Rebecca Solnit writes about hope. And her work has been all about advocating around climate change. So quite a big theme, quite hard to see sometimes how you're making progress with it. And she writes so eloquently about this. She says, "To hope is to gamble. It's to bet on your futures, on your desires, on the possibility that an open heart and uncertainty is better than gloom and safety." That an open heart and uncertainty is better than gloom and safety. To hope is dangerous, and yet it is the opposite of fear, for to live is to risk. And that, my friends, I think resonates for me in this moment with where we are in education. Your collective voice, your professional capital, can power transformation in the window that we are in now. And I think if the government is to deliver its opportunity mission, then harnessing that professional capital that you bring is a critical asset in their endeavour to do that. If we think about joy for a minute, because joy is that thing that sustains you in the present tense while you work for this hopeful future, I think I want to flag that when I'm talking about joy, when we're talking about joy, we are talking about something that's a lot deeper than happiness. It's not circumstantial, it's not individual. The theologian Anne Robertson, and I recognise I'm stood in Belfast talking about theology, but we'll just step over that. The theologian Anne Robertson highlights that the Greek word for joy is kairo. And she unpacks that, and the meaning she gives to it is, she says that joy, that Greek root, means a good mood of the soul. And I love that. I love that for head teachers, the idea that we could achieve a good mood of the soul for head teachers, with all that comes with. A big component of that is connection, is the relationships that you have between each other, as well as the pleasure that you take in the work that you do with children and young people each day. But it's also about appreciation, the appreciation you have for each other, and the appreciation that I hope we can begin to cultivate more widely across our communities as we begin to erode some of the grievances and complaints culture that's built up over the last few years. Brené Brown says that joy is something we can build because it's so connected to gratitude that if we can practice gratitude, we can increase our own experience of joy, and that becomes a virtuous cycle that keeps us going when times are difficult. My son, who's now 13, when he was tiny, we were out, he's taught me a very good lesson about this. We were out somewhere, I can't quite remember where we were. He was about 3 or 4, and he got quite agitated. We were having a great time. And he said, "Mommy, have you got a camera? Can I take a photo?" And I was like, "Oh, don't have a camera, don't have a phone with me, son." And you know the way that as a parent or as an adult with a young child, you sometimes say something so that they might just let it go. You try and kind of pacify them a bit. Anyone been there, or is it just me that's patronizing? So I looked at him and I said, "Oh, son, listen, why don't you take a memory, take the feeling, take a heart photo." And he was like, "Right, Mommy, yeah." And so he does this and he takes a heart photo. It's like, "Well done, son, good lad, on we go." In that moment, his heart photo was for the feeling of what we were doing. There was something in that moment he wanted to capture and hold. And I thought, that's great, we've moved on, no more hassle about a camera, on we go. About 3 months later, we were somewhere else as a family, having a lovely time, having a wonderful time. And I looked over, and my son's doing this, and I said, "Lorcan, are you all right, son? Is there something, are you sore?" He said, "No, Mommy, no, I'm just taking a heart photo." And in that moment, I thought, look at that. He's teaching me how to notice, how to be, how to hold. And I think that's something that as adults, we so easily lose. But we also know, and the research is really strong on this, that if we can cultivate that for ourselves, that does sustain us. It doesn't compensate for structural difficulty, but it does sustain us and keep us connected to our deep humanity. We cannot wait for joyful feelings to come and kind of hit us on the side of the head. We have to work a little bit harder in jobs like this. Audre Lorde, that civil rights giant, wrote about how we refuse to be reduced in dehumanizing systems. And her view was that experiencing joy was one of those things that would prevent us from being dehumanized ourselves. And that there was something deeply political for her in both joy and in rest, because it enabled us to keep on fighting. Because if we allow ourselves to become depleted and burnt out, we cannot do for social justice the job that we want to do. So in that sense, I would see joy as something that is fuel for you as you carry on delivering the great work that you do in the context in which you do it. And it's not straightforward, but we do know, and there's a lot of research again and evidence about what good practice looks like that allows us to cultivate that in our staff teams. And it's stuff that you know. It's obvious, but you can never repeat it enough. As leaders, it's for us to listen, and when we think we've listened enough, to listen some more. It's to validate people before we reframe the issue and move them forward into the next strategy. It's to remove the noise and the work that is a bit meh, that nobody likes. If you want to unleash joy in your schools, get rid of that unnecessary workload. Celebrate the small wins and allow yourself to visibly express your delight in the moments where it's there. But also to recognize for you as leaders that it is a lonely role. And leadership isn't lonely for you personally. That's a structural feature of what it is to lead any organization. In order to cultivate your own joy, in order to keep that energy and fuel for yourself going, it's so important that you have strong peer support networks around you, that you have access to really positive support. Elle can talk to you about the professional supervision that education support can provide. It's important that we recognize that sometimes we will feel despair, but despair will pass. So you don't need to get too panicked if it comes and hits you. You can sit through it and you will come out the other side. And that you notice what replenishes you. Because keeping you on your feet, doing that thing that only you can do, exercising your superpower of relationships across the school community, that is the solid foundation on which we build the next stage of our future. So let me finish, of course, with recourse to Seamus Heaney, though the locals might be pleased to notice that I will not rhyme history with hope. This work that you do, this work that we all do, the ultimate consequences of it will be felt in a future that we don't understand. And that's really hard. Planting oak trees is hard work, digging and tending the soil, and you never get to see the creation that you've contributed to. But you know that you're contributing to something so important, so big. And in this moment where your professional voice matters so keenly, I want you to hold on to that. We couldn't be having this conversation in a better place. Belfast in Northern Ireland is the ultimate symbol of hope. And it tells us, the lessons that we learn here are that change is messy, it is contested, it is demanding, painful, and it's recontracted daily. It was unimaginable that the Belfast that we enjoyed last night would have been unimaginable a few decades ago, and yet here we are. This place, these people, show us what courage and dreams and open hearts can genuinely achieve. So let me finish with Seamus Heaney and a line from his The Cure at Troy. Believe that a further shore is reachable from here. That's all we need to do, my friends. And put your back into that voice thing, because this is your moment to really shape the next stage of education across the United Kingdom. Thank you. Have I taught you nothing? You don't make people cry when they're at work, lads.
Sinead, thank you for that wonderful address. Your encouragement for us to sharpen our elbows and use our professional capital to achieve change is inspiring. And those remarks about cultivating joy, I saw plenty of cultivation of joy last evening. Let's hope we can continue. You and I first met when you took over education support in 2019, and what struck me then and what continues to impress me every time we meet is your absolute passion and dedication to your task. Your thoughtful and frankly brilliant analysis of the new Ofsted framework demonstrates that you're not backwards at coming forwards. And most impressive of all, though, is that you're like that with your professional friends too. You recently gave me some, shall I call it, advice? That demonstrates your independence and expertise. And don't worry, I am getting over it, it's fine. But more seriously, that dedication, expertise and independence makes you the very best person to chair the NAHT advisory panel on the Ofsted framework, and I very much look forward to working with you and your contribution to the health of educators. Thank you.
Sinead, I hope you don't mind, but we have a colleague who possibly has a question for you.
My name's Emma McKinley Ballantyne, Leicester City Branch, second conference, second time speaking. Thank you. I wanted to say thank you to Education Support for my 6 sessions of supervision, who for the first time considered me as a human, not just a leader. I was given space and support as a leader, as a mother, as a partner, as a human, and it nourished me. It also nourished my assistant head teacher, who took it up on my request. So I wanted to say thank you for this, and also for the inclusive staff room, where I can be a leader from the global majority with others who understand the challenges that this brings. We appreciate spaces that hold and support us. As far as I'm aware, this service is not available for Senkos, and so I want to ask you, what are your plans to make that possible for all senior leaders in schools, please? Sorry, I was told we could ask questions, which is why.
Of course you
No,
can.
that's absolutely right.
I get to stand at this microphone, which makes me very happy. I am delighted that you have had good support through supervision, and Inclusive Staff Rooms is a very small project that we hope we can get colleagues in the department to look at and expand. In terms of SENCOs, we are not currently in a position where we can provide funding for a programme ourselves, but I remain in conversation with colleagues at the Department for Education. However, my voice is very tiny. We are a very small charity. Our turnover is around 4 million. There's a limit to what we can do. So big-voiced friends with big contingencies of professional voice could probably lobby on this point particularly really effectively. So we will continue to do what we can do. I think in Northern Ireland there is a possibility of doing some work with SENCOs, but we don't currently have that option in either Wales or England. So let's see what we can do together, because I think SENCOs are at such risk in this particular moment. Be delighted to work on that.
Colleagues, before we conclude this session of conference, we have a 5-minute presentation from this year's gold sponsor, Ian Rocky from Discovery Education.
Thank you very much indeed. Good morning, colleagues, heads and senior leaders. My name is Ian Rocky and I'm a professional development and learning advisor at Discovery Education. We are an edtech company giving schools innovative ways to design and deliver engaging learning experiences every day. I'm also a former primary head teacher and primary teacher of 25 years, currently an associate member of the NAHT, and I'm really lucky in that I now get to lead and deliver professional development all over the UK for children, parents and teachers. I eventually arrived at Discovery Education as I used the Doodle platform within my own school, successfully supporting individual children's needs. I loved it and wanted to be able to support other educators with my experience using Doodle as a school improvement approach to impact learning. With that in mind, I'd like to play just a short video introducing you to Doodle in the words of one of our many partners, Howell School, a member of the Girls' Day Schools Trust in Cardiff.
Doodle is something we've been using for 3 years now.
Okay, unpack your bags and get started then, guys.
I'm Abby, I'm head of the prep school at Howells. We started with Doodle Maths. We just found it brilliant. We had a little trial. Girls responded so well to it. Parents loved it as well. And so that's when we looked into Doodle English, Doodle Spell, Doodle Tables, and just now use the whole package.
I have seen a noticeable effect on the standardised scores at the end of the year, and I truly believe that that is down to the consistency of using Doodle. Doodle has really now become embedded in our school. I mean, the fact that we use it as a verb for a start, it's not just Doodle, it's doodling. And yeah, it's something that the girls absolutely love to do. We just love the fact that these girls are really empowered and encouraged to learn, and Doodle is helping us to do that.
Thank you there so much to our friends at Howell. So let's move on now and think about how Doodle works. Doodle is a suite of 4 programs: Doodle Maths and Doodle Tables, Doodle English and Doodle Spell, which focus on a little and often approach to learning. Just 5 to 10 minutes, 4 to 5 times a week is enough to keep the children in what we call the green zone, or zone of proximal development, exactly where they need to be to make the most progress in maths and English. The platform algorithm adapts to individual needs and personalises the learning for every child, ensuring that once the children have completed their baseline assessment or knowledge check, subsequent questions in both the maths and English programmes are set at the right level of learning for the children. This not only builds confidence and resilience, but most importantly, addresses any misconceptions and strengthens understanding of key core curriculum concepts through consolidation and practice. Using Doodle also contributes to well-scaffolded learning and can prevent loss during holiday periods, which I'll come back to shortly. In fact, a University of Bath study demonstrated that children using Doodle were 4 times less likely to experience summer learning loss. So as a former head, I completely appreciate the importance of bringing high-quality, impactful digital learning tools into the classroom, which of course are also budget-friendly, and we're all delighted that Doodle has been voted #1 in adaptive learning, #1 in maths resources, and #1 in English resources by teachers and education professionals via the EdTech Impact Awards. And with that in mind, I'd like to conclude this presentation by outlining our hugely successful Doodle Summer Challenge and our exclusive access offer to you as NAHT members. Our Summer Challenge runs throughout the summer break and gives children the opportunity to earn stars through doodling little and often. Through regular doodling in maths, English, or both, children will achieve a digital badge, certificate, and most importantly, an enamel pin badge for themselves, which we will post to your school. Last year, 31,000 children in schools across the UK took part in our summer challenges, maintaining progress and attainment across the curriculum and preventing summer learning loss through the use of our high-quality digital learning tools. To enable the children in your schools to enjoy fun and engaging learning throughout the summer, we'd like to offer all NAHT members free access to all 4 Doodle programs from May until September, so that your school can participate in our summer challenge and experience adaptive and personalised digital learning. Please feel free to scan the QR code behind me to access this exclusive offer, but for now, thank you so much for your time. It's been a pleasure to speak to you today, and we very much look forward to chatting to you throughout the conference. Happy doodling.
Thank you to Discovery Education for their generous support at this year's NAHT conference. Their commitment to education and to supporting school leaders and teachers across the profession is greatly appreciated. Now, that concludes the first session of annual conference for today. Would you please make your way to the hall for exhibition viewing and refreshments? We will return at 11 to commence the debates on motions 6 to 20. No pressure. Please ensure that you are in the hall promptly as debates will begin straight away. Thank you, conference. Colleagues, if we can make our way to our seats, please. Thank you.
I'll signal.
Hello, my name is Rahena Alford. I'm an executive head teacher. I'm also a member of the NAHT National Executive and an equality rep for the South West. Today I want to talk to you about the NAHT's commitment to promoting diversity within the union. If you are a member from a diverse background, please get involved in one of our equality groups. We have the Leaders for Race Equality, the Women's Network, the Disabled Members Network, and also the LGBT+ network. On top of these, we'd really encourage you to get involved with your branches, put yourselves forward as an elected official, because we are passionate about changing the way that the NHT looks. We want to represent the diversity of our members, and the only way we can do that is with you getting involved.
We will now begin conference and debate. I would like to welcome Dean Taylor as proposer of motion 6, followed by Rebecca Penn to second. And if you are motion 7, 8 or 9, I would be really grateful if you could be ready and lined up, because we are absolutely sticking to time. Thank you.
Bore da morning conference. I'm old enough to remember in Wales when SATs finished. It was about 2003. I've been a head teacher for 4 years. And it was the start of a change in a paradigm in the way that we as a nation moved in our curriculum delivery, our accountability and assessment. But I stand here today to speak in opposition to the introduction recently of Pearls and Tim's tests for schools across Wales, which is a part of our accountability system, whatever the politicians say to me and assure me. Let me be clear at the onset here. This is not an argument against testing per se. It's not an argument against standards. It's not an argument against improving literacy, numeracy, well-being. All of the things are at the fore of what we believe. It's an argument against the wrong tool for the wrong purpose. Across Wales, school leaders are tirelessly embedding our curriculum for Wales, a curriculum built on breadth, depth, progression, creativity and well-being. It asks schools to produce ambitious, capable learners, enterprising, creative contributors, ethically informed citizens and healthy, confident individuals. That vision, when we've moved so far and come so far, cannot be reduced to a ranking table. Pearls and Tim's tests were designed as international sample studies, not as high-stakes measures to drive school improvement. Once such tests are imported into domestic policy, they quickly become something else entirely. They become headline generators. They become league table fuel. They become pressure points for schools already carrying impossible burdens, as we've heard today from colleagues. And when that happens, what happens? Teaching narrows. Curriculum time is diverted. Children are coached for formats rather than inspired to think deeply. Leaders are judged on data snapshots rather than lived reality of their communities. And staff morale, already stretched, is pushed further to breaking point. Conference, Wales does not need any testing theatre. Wales needs trust. Sinead talked about that earlier. Trust in school leaders, trust in teachers, trust in professional judgment, trust in a curriculum that is still taking root and deserves time, support and stability. If ministers want improvement, then let us talk about what generally raises standards. Fund our schools properly. Let us talk about tackling poverty and attendance barriers. Let us talk about additional learning needs provision, about recruitment, retention, about workload, about sustained investment in professional learning. Those are the levers that matter. We know too that children are more than scores. A child who learns resilience, confidence, curiosity, empathy and critical thinking may not be captured neatly by a standardized score, but they are no less successful because of it. We must not allow an obsession with international comparisons either to distort what education is for. Conference NHT has always stood for intelligent accountability, not crude accountability. for evidence-informed reform, not policy by headline, for valuing children as whole people, not data points. So today, I urge conference, whatever nation, to stand with me and send a clear message to Welsh Government, but governments across the nations as well, around accountability. Do not input a narrow testing culture into our schools again. Do not undermine the principles of the curriculum for Wales. Do not add pressure where support is needed. Do not mistake measurement for improvement. Instead, work with the profession, listen to leaders, invest in learning, and build an education system that both values excellence and humanity. NHT Cymru made sure that schools were explicitly told this was voluntary. The Minister assured us of that. When letters then went to schools telling them it was expected to comply, we fought back and defended our members by challenging government. They apologised to our members. They backed down because right was on our side. We had been promised something. They tried to go back on their word, but we would not let them. Conference, our children are better than yet another test, an accountability measure. Schools deserve better than another distraction. I think it's Steve Covey that says, you wait to be acted upon, you will be acted upon. We need a spine, we stand up for right, and as they say around these parts to Welsh Government, catch yourself on. Conference, I move.
Hello, Rebecca Penn, Newport Branch. I believe truly that our children, our young people, our schools, our staff and our communities cannot and should not be defined by the numbers which, again, in my opinion, are arbitrary and are produced by a snapshot on one day in time. I second this motion.
There's nobody at the mics, as I can barely see. No? Great. Now over to Dave Woods for National Executive View.
Conference. National Executive strongly support this motion. It is essential that we support our colleagues in Cymru in supporting the strengths of their education system with the vantage point of knowing how challenging additional testing is from our own experiences.
Thank you. Then we'll go to vote. Conference. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you. And those against? Unanimously covered. Thank you. Moving on to motion 7. Tony Dolan and Rob Freeth, please.
Good morning, Conference. Tony Dolan, Barnsley Secretary, Yorkshire President and Secondary Council. I'm bringing this motion because I believe reading is fundamental and it is being lost from the lives of our young people. I work in a through school of around 1,300 children. It was built only about 14 years ago, but it was built with no provision for a library. I've been in the school 6 years, and it took me 4 of those years to find and secure a place to host a library. It's now housed in a small classroom. Sadly, my school is not unusual. Penguin and the National Literacy Trust are currently running a campaign for a library to be in every primary school, but across primary and secondary schools, 1 in 7 do not have a library. And ironically, this rises to 1 in 4 in our most deprived areas where the need is even greater. I believe I am only in this position today, standing confidently in front of you, speaking to a large group of relative strangers, as an educated senior leader, because as a child and young adult, I developed a love of reading, which in turn helped me develop a wide vocabulary, opened my eyes to the opportunities in the world, and helped me on my journey through my imagination. Picking up a book was my escape. And even now, if I can keep my eyes open long enough, that's how I unwind from the rigours of my job. On a normal Saturday morning, a cup of tea and a read is how I start my weekend. It's my little bit of luxury. It is not, however, reading for pleasure should not be a luxury for our children. It's fundamental to their achievement, their well-being and their chances. And yet, far too many of these young people, especially from disadvantaged communities, reading is not a source of joy or escape, but a symbol of failure, exclusion, and missed opportunity. The evidence is overwhelming. Children who enjoy reading are not only more likely to achieve academically, they are happier, more creative, have better mental health. In fact, nearly 60% of children who responded say reading helps them relax, and those who find pleasure in reading show higher well-being, fewer signs of stress or depression. But sadly, we're moving in the right direction. Reading enjoyment is at its lowest levels for 2 decades. Just 1 in 3 children now say they enjoy reading, and nearly 1 in 5 have no quiet space to read at home, and nearly half are not encouraged to read at all. We are literally squeezing the joy out of the system to become one where reading is just tested, reduced to data points, but not loved. Conference, we know what matters for our children, how we help them achieve, break the barriers of poverty, and protect their mental health. Time to read is what matters. Access to rich, diverse texts matters. Skilled, knowledgeable professionals matters. And support for families and communities matters, so they're not expected to just do it by themselves. That's why this motion matters so much to me. We're currently in the National Year of Reading, but I would say the majority of the general public do not know that. It should be a turning point, but without real investment, it's just going to become a slogan, not a solution, and it's going to become a moment in time, not a movement moving forward. So I believe we cannot allow this to happen. This motion asks the NHT to campaign for the National Year of Reading to deliver enduring impact and to lobby government for sustained investment beyond this year for the rest of the future. Because if children cannot read, they struggle to access the curriculum, to express themselves, to understand the world, and to find their place within it. So this motion is not just about reading, it's about equality, opportunity, and futures. Because every child deserves to leave school not just able to read, but choosing to read. Conference, I urge you to support this motion. I move.
Rob Freeth, Calderdale Branch. There's so much I could say in support of this motion, but I have got 28 seconds, so I'm going to have to be very, very quick. I echo Tony's words. Let's do this and make sure that the National Year of Reading becomes a reality and has a positive impact that lasts for many, many years to come. So I second, and I urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. We did have indicated speakers. I'd like to hear from Marika Miles first, please.
Thank you. I don't want Marika Miles, Hampshire branch as special school leader. I don't want to speak for the sake of it, but I'm really pleased to hear Tony talking about the issue of equality in this. As a special school leader, when I hear that reading has a transformational and life-changing power, it brings Makaton signs into my head that are best kept there and not shared in polite company. What I'd like to highlight is the fact that there's a terrific inequality in this. The National Literacy Trust has repeatedly failed to give clarification on the situation for special schools. A gross assumption was made that secondary schools, all secondary schools, would have library spaces and that primaries needed this. Of course, they're forgetting specialist settings. Not only the fact that secondary special schools and all through special schools often do not have that space, but I would highlight the fact that at the moment the SCND Tribunal is ordering schools, special schools, to close libraries and close reading spaces in order to make room for children to be directed into them. So if reading is transformational, if it's life-changing, it must be transformational and life-changing for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have a speaker at the 2-minute mic. Please don't forget to introduce yourself, please, and your branch.
It's actually terrifying being up here, isn't it? But my name's Ed Powell. I'm head teacher from Wiltshire branch, first-time conference, first-time speaker. I'm tired of hearing that RFP is a fluffy endeavour. It is rigorous, as Theresa Kremen would say. I've been banging this drum for a long time. I echo the comments about secondary schools as well. Still remember a child in my first class named Harrison, didn't pick up a book in his life, told the Ofsted inspector that when he was older he was going to be a reptile keeper because he read the book Holes. I thoroughly support this motion, and this is an issue of social justice.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Conference, Sue Street, Oxford, Central South, whatever we're called nowadays. Sorry. I have gotten out of my wheelchair because I am so passionate about this. This is fundamental to every other subject, let alone what it means for life. At the moment, I heartily endorse the colleague who has just said that schools are being asked to close reading areas, reading resource bases, because we need to squeeze more children in to selected schools. It is not fair. It is not preparing children for enjoyment of life, let alone being, and I will use the government term, economically viable. You can tell how I feel about that phrase. There are so many aspects to reading where the teachers who have the skills are slowly either leaving the profession because they feel under-resourced, undervalued, remunerated. We actually need a refocusing strategy on reading. We need people on the ground, not those that are chosen necessarily via whichever mechanism government uses today, or the next day, or next week, to work with universities where the research is, where we can do action research to develop exactly what Tony and Rob are putting forth, and many of us sitting here want to do in our schools. The other thing we need is time. It was assumed at one point, and I am a teacher of all through and special, it was assumed that all children would reach secondary able to read. That is not the case. And that is a serious indictment which should at the very least indicate a change of direction is needed. Colleagues, I urge you to support this motion. NAHT conference, executive, please.
Colleagues, we'll take a vote on motion 7. All those in favour, raise your hand, please. And against? Unanimously. Thank you. Now I'd like to introduce Mustafa Malik as a proposer of motion 8, followed by Laura Hines as a seconder.
Good morning. My name is Musti Malik. I'm Branch Secretary for Gateshead up in the northeast of England. This is my first time as a motion speaker and, despite having a daughter named Erin, first time visit to Ireland. Conference, colleagues, as school leaders, we're all proud of how our schools use technology to enrich learning. Digital tools can support inclusion, creativity and connection. But today's motion asks us to confront a difficult and increasingly unavoidable truth. When technology is introduced too early, too often, and without clear boundaries, it can undermine the very learning it is meant to support. Across our schools, we see the impact daily. Children who struggle to sustain attention, pupils who find it hard to listen without constant stimulation, increased impulsivity, disrupted learning, and rising anxiety. These are not isolated anecdotes. They are shared experiences voiced by leaders across my authority, Gateshead, Laura's local authority, Worcestershire, and across the country. This motion does not argue against technology. It argues against unregulated, developmentally inappropriate exposure over time, starting from an early age. Evidence increasingly suggests that frequent screen use at a young age can affect attention span, self-regulation, sleep patterns, and behaviour. Schools are left trying to address these challenges long after habits have been formed, often without consistent support, guidance, or national leadership. Crucially, this is not a parental blame issue. Families are navigating a digital landscape unlike anything previous generations have faced. The multi-billion-dollar tech giants are developing devices and content that appears to be changing daily. Navigating society is being built upon the requirement for everyone to constantly be holding a device, while software is built on algorithms that cause addictive behaviours in us all. Pressures are enormous and clear guidance is fragmented or absent. Schools cannot carry the responsibility to challenge alone, and nor should they. That is why this motion calls for wider national evidence-based guidance for parents and carers, not just for 0 to 5s, but for all phases of childhood. We managed to provide clear public advice on car seats, healthy diets and smoking, and yet when it comes to screen time, age-appropriate access and healthy digital habits, families are largely left to work it out for themselves. Conference, that is no longer good enough. Secondly, we call for independent government-commissioned research into the long-term impact of early technology use on attention, learning and well-being. Too much of the current debate is polarised, anecdotes versus opinion. We need robust, impartial evidence to inform policy, practice and parental guidance, and to give schools confidence when setting boundaries and working with families. Thirdly, this motion asks for a public health-style awareness campaign, not a moralising one, but a supportive, accessible programme that normalises balance. A national digital wellbeing campaign could empower families to set healthy phone, tablet and gaming boundaries before problems arise. Fourthly, we call on NAHT to work with professional bodies, educational psychologists and neuroscience experts to provide practical strategies for schools. Leaders are asking, how do we address attention difficulties potentially linked to technology use? How do we support children without pathologising them? How do we work constructively with parents? These are complex questions and we need expert-led training and guidance to answer them. Finally, this motion supports schools in reviewing policies on mobile phones and smart devices, including age-based restrictions. NHT support here is critical, ensuring schools are backed by evidence, consistency and national leadership when making decisions in the best interests of children. Conference, at its heart, this motion is about child development, well-being, equity and responsibility. Without clear guidance, we could be sleepwalking into a situation where an entire generation of children are impacted so significantly they may struggle to successfully access the world around them for years to come, eventually asking, who allowed this to happen to me? I'm sure that we do not want the answer to be, we allowed it. I urge Conference to support this motion for our pupils, for our families and for the future of learning. Conference, I move.
Laura? Okay. I'm Laura Haynes from Worcestershire branch. It's my first time speaking and first time at conference. I'm going to focus on the invisible forces our families are up against. In recent years, the very architects of these platforms have spoken out, and they describe a race to the bottom of the brainstem, persuasive designs built on algorithms engineered to exploit human psychology. Using intermittent reinforcement, the same mechanism as slot machines, they're creating constant dopamine loops that keep children in a state of constant fragmented attention. For many families, setting digital boundaries has become a David versus Goliath struggle. I urge Conference to support this motion for our pupils, our families and the future of learning. Thank you.
Conference, we've had a friendly amendment for this motion. It will be shown on the screen. All those in favour of accepting this? Thank you. I'm then going to go to my indicated speakers first, Graham Frost, then Lorna Legg, and then I'll come to the 2-minute mics.
Thank you. Conference, Graham Frost, Cumbria Branch and National Executive. We proposed the addition of the last bullet point that you've just accepted. This is because we're just starting to see we're just scratching the surface of the issue of social media by holding technology companies and the government to account over those. Only just starting, but we're not even started, I feel, on gaming addiction. You may or may not be aware, I only just discovered recently that there's actually an NHS National Centre for Gaming Disorders. So it is becoming a recognised issue, and we're seeing children who refuse to come to school because the dopamine hits they get from playing games which are designed to be addictive, often games that they shouldn't have access to because they involve killing and simulated killing, and yet this is what the adult population is allowing and most importantly, the gaming industry is allowing our children to be subjected to. This is very dangerous, and we need to take a stand. So very rigorously support this motion.
Lorna, and then actually have another indication speaker, Paige Briggs as well.
Hi, I'm Lorna Legg from Southwest Devon. I know the irony is that I am holding a phone, but I am old enough to have grown up without this technology. And I had to watch television, as many of you will have done, with my parents there, and every phone call was overheard. But now we have second-generation phone users who are parenting. So it's not just the children in our classrooms, they will be parents, but their parents are also basically on the phone quite a lot of the time. And so many of our children are being brought up by devices. So, conference, we need that independent research into the long-term impact of early technology, because we cannot address this in school alone. But this must not mean that we don't act now, because we need to press for national action on this matter. And the principle is do no harm, because we don't know better yet. So we should be acting on the precautionary principle. We don't know what's happening inside our children's brains. There was a Fortune article which was called "We Lost Our Kids to Social Media, Now AI Wants Their Minds." But possibly better is Ralph from Essex's version, which was "Social media stole our children's attention, AI is after their affection." We need to act quickly and in unison. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorna. Paige Briggs, please.
Hi, Paige Briggs, Coventry branch. Conference, I am here as a deputy, but also as my most important job, which is a mother to a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. I support this motion because I worry deeply about the world my children and our children are growing up in. Technology has many benefits, but more and more parents are seeing the impact that constant screen use is having on their children's concentration, sleep, and behaviour, and ability to engage with the world around them. Teachers are already having to deal with the consequences in the classrooms, but schools cannot solve this problem alone. Most screen time happens at home, and we need to support families in navigating these challenges with clear guidance and support. I echo what was said earlier. This motion does not call for fear or blame. It calls for evidence, education, and practical help. Parents who choose for their children to have smartphones and schools to choose to use screens within their curriculum deserve to know the impact and then make decisions accordingly. If we are serious about protecting children's well-being, attention, and future learning, then we must act now, together as schools, as families, with the government. I think and hope that this will become a further focus for future conferences as the conversation around smartphones and screens rightfully continues. I will end with a quote from Smartphone Free Childhood, and if you haven't heard of them, they are a movement of families standing together to delay smartphones and social media. And the quote is, "Because childhood should be shaped by families and communities, not by algorithms." I support this motion.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Mike 1 first, please, then Mike 2.
Hi, it's Caroline Otterburn from the East Midlands. First-time conference, first-time speaker. I actively support this motion because in the 1930s and 40s, people were actively encouraged to smoke cigarettes, and we've seen the health implications. Our children are going on screens for 3, 4, 5 hours a day, some of them. And we do not know fully the impact that this is having on the rewiring of their brains. If anybody has read Anxious Generation, we are sleepwalking into a nightmare for these children, and we desperately need to know what's going to happen to their brains if they're carried on to be allowed to be on screens this long. We need to know so that we can effectively support our communities and effectively support our families to support their children with this. I urge the conference to support this motion.
Thank you, Mike 2, and then we're going to move to Dave Woods for a National Executive View.
Hi, I'm
Claire Roach. I am from the Wigan branch, and it's my first time at conference and my first time speaker. I had to speak on this motion because I work in a special school. I'm the safeguarding lead. I'm currently delivering kind of safer online workshops for parents, and I hear constantly, I didn't know that. I wasn't aware of that. We've got parents who are feeding their children melatonin at night time to get them to sleep while they've been sat on an iPad till 2 o'clock in the morning. And they don't understand the correlation between the fact that this is actually producing melatonin for them, so the fact that they're giving the children it, it's counterproductive. We need to make sure that parents are well educated. By the time they come to us, some children are sitting and they have to eat with an iPad in front of them because that's how they've been brought up. This motion really needs to pass. It's something I feel really strongly about. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to Dave.
Conference. The National Executive strongly supports this motion. We believe that we must challenge the risks of unregulated use of technology and social media to protect pupils and to ensure that children's long-term learning abilities are not disrupted by the impact of early technology use.
Thank you. Conference, we move to vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand. And against? Unanimous. Thank you. Moving on to motion number 9. We've got the proposer, Linda Saw, and seconder, Carla Lashmore. Thank you.
Hi, Conference. Carla Lashmore, Hampshire branch, South Central, and it's my first time speaking at conference. So I'm building on the motion from the Durham branch last year. So, President, conference colleagues, I'm very pleased to present motion 9, which speaks directly to one of the most damaging but least openly discussed pressures on school leaders and staff today. The impact of referrals to the Teaching Regulation Agency on well-being, professional reputation, and ultimately whether people remain in our profession. Let me be clear at the outset. We accept the need for regulation. Public confidence in education matters, safeguarding matters, and accountability matters. But regulation must be fair, proportionate, and evidence-based, well coordinated with parallel processes. And too often, that is not what colleagues experience when they are referred to the TRA. For many leaders and teachers, a referral, even one that ultimately goes nowhere, is devastating. Reputations built over decades can feel instantly undermined. Careers can be stalled, confidence shattered, and mental health seriously affected. The process itself, not just the outcome, can be punitive. Conference will know colleagues who have lived through months, sometimes years, of silence, unclear processes, and the feeling of being presumed guilty simply because an allegation has been made. During that time, access to professional supervision and structured mental health support is often absent. People are left isolated, anxious, and struggling to lead or to stay. Where other investigations are underway, whether by the police, Ofsted, employers, or through internal school procedures, the TRA must act in a way that is coordinated, proportionate, and mindful of those parallel processes, avoiding unnecessary duplication, contradiction, or additional stress. This matters not just for individuals, but for the future of our system. In the context of a recruitment and retention crisis, we cannot afford a culture where capable leaders walk away because the risk feels too great, where the malicious or vexatious referral can end a vocation. That is why this motion recognises both the necessity of oversight and the urgent need for reform. We must prevent malicious referrals progressing unchecked. We must ensure communication is transparent and timely, and we must ensure investigations are properly aligned with other statutory and employer processes. And we must acknowledge the toll taken by unmerited investigations, personally, professionally, and systematically. Conference, this motion is about fairness, humanity and sustainability. It asks us to protect standards without sacrificing the people who uphold them. I urge you to support it. Influencing change now will impact on leaders of our future. Conference, I move.
Thank you, Linda. Carla.
Hello, Conference. Linda Saar, Haringey Branch, Borough of Culture for next year. Conference, I rise to strongly support this motion because it moves us from recognition to action, and action is what our members need. This motion rightly calls on our National Executive to advocate for safeguards against vexatious and malicious referrals. At present, too little filters out allegations that lack evidence or credibility before enormous damage is done. Due process must not mean unchecked process. It also calls for something fundamental, yet too often missing: support. Colleagues under investigation must have access to professional supervision and mental health support from the outset, not as an afterthought, and not only if a case proceeds. We would not expect leaders to support pupils through trauma without care structures in place. We should not expect them to endure this alone. Transparency is another key issue. Too many members describe being left in limbo, waiting months for updates, unsure of timescales, unsure of outcomes, unsure even of what is being considered. Clearly, timely communication from the TRA is not a luxury, it is a basic requirement of a fair system. The motion also recognises that TRA investigations do not take place in isolation. Cases may involve police enquiries, Ofsted activity, disciplinary procedures, grievance processes, or other internal school investigations. In such circumstances, the TRA must coordinate appropriately, avoid unnecessarily duplication, and proceed with proper regard to the impact of overlapping investigations on all involved. The motion also calls for the TRA to renew retention policies. I second this motion. I urge Conference to back the motion.
Thank you, ladies. An apology for getting your names the wrong way around. I have an indicated speaker, Deborah Walker.
Morning, Conference. Oh, am I on? Yeah. Hi, everybody. Deborah Walker, Sunderland Branch, proud North East woman and champion of the Women's Network. Conference, I'm supporting this motion, and it's a tricky one for me to even stand up here and say. 8 years ago, I was a victim of a malicious, vexatious referral to TRA. I remember vividly the day the letter came. It was a normal busy morning, in and out of classrooms, in and out of the office. I opened the letter on the way to the staff room to get a cup of coffee. I read it. My world stopped. I struggled to process. I retched into the waste bin. I went into shock. The referral came because of the outcome of a long, drawn-out, malicious personal campaign that had an 18-month investigation period and did not deliver what the complainants wanted, so they went to the TRA. It went in the March. I didn't have a day off. I kept going, and I don't know how I did it. And 9 months later, guess what? No further action. And the two things, Conference, that kept me going was, one, my sheer bloody determination to survive lies and deceit. And secondly, the NAHT. And 8 years on, I can just about say this out loud. I am a bit trembly, and I'm not normally. I can say this out loud, and the feeling I have now, standing here in solidarity with you, to quote Sinead McBrearty, I can take a little heart picture of how it feels to get a closure on this. The Teacher Regulation Agency needs some bloody regulation. I support this motion.
Thanks, Debs. I'm going to go to mic 2, then mic 1, and then we're going to go to the vote, folks.
Thank you. Matthew Cave, Bristol Branch. I turned 50 this year. I'm just about okay with it. And amongst my birthday cards and general celebrations, I also got a letter from teacher.misconduct at dfe.gov.uk telling me that they had had a referral, but there will be no further action. Also on the bottom of that, as well as saying this letter is not intended to cause any distress, which I thought was lovely of them, was them advising me that the retention policy is 50 years. So I'm looking forward to, when I get my telegram from the King, having a letter from the TRA telling me that my record is now clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Mic 1, please.
My name is Shahista Zamir. I'm a head teacher from Birmingham. This is my second conference and the first time in speaking. As a new head teacher just 7 months into leading a new school, who had an Ofsted inspection only a few weeks ago, I support this motion. I stepped into headship with a clear purpose: to serve children, support staff, and drive improvement for my community, because in my eyes, and for all of us, this is what leadership is about. But I want to speak honestly about the reality of leading in today's system. I don't want to spend my time worrying about the possibility of referral to the TRA whilst I'm working tirelessly to improve outcomes for children. 7 months into headship and immediately following an Ofsted inspection, my focus should be on strengthening teaching, building trust with families, and embedding improvement. Yet the fear that an allegation could escalate into a regulatory process can sit in the background of leadership decisions. That's not healthy for leaders, and especially not for me as a new leader, and it's not healthy for schools. This motion matters because it recognises accountability must be matched with fairness, proportionality, and support. I'm not asking to avoid scrutiny. I'm asking to be able to lead with confidence, integrity, and professional security. I'm proud to serve my school, and I'm committed to improvement. And this is exactly why I support this motion.
Conference, we're going to go to vote, please. All those in favour, raise your hand. Thank you. Those against? Excellent. Unanimous. Thank you. Moving on to motion 10. Michael Henry, the proposer, and Abigail Hopper, the seconder. We do have some indicated speakers also. If you could be at the mics, Julie Craggs and Neil Alderman. Thank you.
Good morning, Conference. My name is Michael Henry, Redbridge Branch President. It's not my first visit to Ireland, you won't be surprised to hear. And I'm a head teacher of an East London primary school. In my school, as with many others, the level and complexity of pupil need is rising year after year. There's been a notable increase in the number of children entering our early years who require significant support. We admit these children because it's the right thing to do. It's our moral purpose. But we do it in the context of limited staffing, limited specialist CPD provision, and reduced capacity. This is the reality of inclusive education. At the same time in Redbridge, like many areas, pupil numbers are falling, and schools are increasingly competing to fill places. How schools are perceived by our community matters greatly, and Ofsted ratings and performance data have become symbols of quality for many parents. We've all heard the stats today. More than half of pupils with education, health and care plans are now educated in mainstream schools across all key stages because the specialist system does not have the capacity. Mainstream schools do not receive the funding and training they need, and many children are let down by cost-cutting decisions. In Redbridge, some pupils have waited up to 4 years for agreed specialist placements. Without the resourcing they require, many SEND children are not coping, and we are struggling to meet their most basic needs. These pressures don't stop at the end of our early years, or Key Stage 1. They move into Key Stage 2, 3, intensify at Key Stage 4, and all along the way come into direct conflict with our system's high-stakes accountability measures. And yet, the way that we measure school performance has barely changed in decades. Indeed, Sinead suggested earlier today that we have a nationally internalised high-stakes accountability system. Recent Sutton Trust research showed that 41% of school leaders believe some schools actively discourage pupils with SEND from applying, rising to 50% amongst leaders working in schools with the highest level of need. Colleagues, this is a predictable outcome when accountability systems do not align with the realities of inclusive education. Recently, my Senko and I stopped short with shock when we realized that our default response to any new SEND admissions consultation letter was becoming to decline, to say almost automatically we can't meet need. Not because we don't believe in inclusion or because we don't care. It's not because we're worried about our outcomes or our performance data which shapes parent perceptions, shapes admissions behavior, shapes Ofsted conversations, shapes our reputation. But it's because we're constantly aware of the limits of our capacity. Conference, when inclusive leaders begin to respond in this way, it tells us that the system is failing. Current performance measures do not recognize our reality. This motion is not an argument against accountability. It's a call for a fair, proportionate, and inclusive accountability system. A call for performance measures that recognize school context and capacity, and that do not penalize schools for meeting the needs of all learners. Inclusive education cannot rely on the moral purpose of school leaders alone. It needs to be reflected in the way we are judged for the sake of our staff, our parents, and most importantly, for the children whose outcomes and life chances depend on us. I urge you to support this motion. Conference, I move.
Thank you, Michael. Abigail?
I'm Abby Hopper, Branch Secretary for Hackney, first time at the mic. Don't clap too long, I haven't got long left. Like all of us, I've been following the SEND white paper closely. For the last 10 years, my school has been championing much of what every school is now being asked to do. We have an inclusion base for children with complex needs, and we support 3 times the national average of pupils with SEND, including 45 with the HCPs. It isn't always easy, but as Michael has said, we do it because it's right. Anybody visiting my school would quickly realise that for some pupils, this standardised testing simply is not an appropriate assessment. Some cannot access the tests and do not even sit them, yet they are included in headline performance measures. And in a small school like mine, they can account for 2, 3, 4% of your overall attainment figures. As a result, I find myself answering questions on parent tours, such as, why do your children not do as well on the SATs as the school down the road? Lower than national average results also brings additional scrutiny from the local authority. And we've heard from Paul that we are now less likely to get an expected grade for achievement during an Ofsted inspection. I have to argue hard with all concerned that this one flawed measure is part of an accountability system that, as it stands, actively penalises inclusive schools. I rang my 81-year-old dad last night, who's never worked in education, to tell him what I'm doing today. And when I explained how these performance measures are used, he had one response. But Abby, this is ridiculous. Conference, he is right. This is a blunt system that misrepresents our schools and undermines inclusive practice. So I call on you to let this be the moment that we stand together and draw a clear line in the sand against an accountability system that penalises schools for doing the right thing. This must be looked at, and it must be looked at now. I second this motion.
Thanks, Abigail. Moving on to Julie Craggs, please.
Julie Craggs, Durham Branch. I work in an inclusive junior school and an Inclusion Quality Mark Centre of Excellence. 43% of our pupils are on the SEN register, 58% are disadvantaged, and 71% are both. And the majority of our pupils are white British. We know that disadvantaged white British pupils are among the lowest performing groups nationally, often alongside SEN, yet performance measures ignore that complexity. When you take in more pupils with complex needs, attainment data goes down, not because of poor teaching, because inclusion takes time. My IDSR is red. Our SEN attainment data shows a 3-year declining trend, which marries with our yearly percentage increase of children on the register. Our children make progress, but many will not meet the expected standard. My staff work extremely hard to achieve the outcomes we do. However, in a system that wants everyone at national average or above, they're not good enough. No consideration for context. When you get a reputation for being good at supporting children with additional needs, it compounds the issue. Most of our in-year admissions are largely children with SEN needs. So the more inclusive we are, the more the system works against us. That's not fair and it's not sustainable. We need accountability measures that recognise context, support inclusion, and do not penalise schools for doing the right thing. Inclusion should be recognised as a strength, not a weakness. I fully support this motion.
Thank you, Julie. Neil, please.
Neil Oldham, Blackpool Branch President. The Blackpool Branch of NAHT stands in full support of Motion 10. It highlights a fundamental contradiction at the heart of our education system. We say we value inclusion, yet the way we measure success often penalises the schools who practice it the most. This is particularly prevalent in towns like Blackpool. Across our town, 63.9% of children reach a good level of development by the end of reception, which is way below the national average, and many children have already arrived on catch-up behind in social development, language and communication. At the same time, the demand for SEND support is rising rapidly, and we'd be impressed to take more and more children with complex needs, and we welcome them, yet without the funding or the resources to require and meet these needs. None of this context is reflected in the judgments that are made about our schools, so let's just be clear about something and what we're dealing with here. We've got more need, more complexity, and more children who are not school ready, but the accountability system has not adapted. The new Ofsted framework will look directly at IDSRs and it can point a damning picture if just 3 children out of a class of 30 have significant needs. Add a few more SEND children from the register onto that and you can fall easily below the national standards. These narrow measures do not capture the range of progress that many children with SEND make. They do not reflect the range of support or the immense expertise that's required to help these children to thrive. And here lies the crux of the issue. What gets measured drives behaviour. If our system continues to prioritise these raw attainments without context, we quietly incentivise the schools to not to be inclusive. It's not a system that supports all children, and it's a system that risks excluding the most vulnerable. So motion 10 calls for a review of these performance measures, and we support it wholeheartedly. In Blackpool, where deprivation, SEND demand and chronic underfunding collide, this reform is not optional, it's essential. Thank you.
Thank you. Conference, we're now going to go to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand. And against? Unanimous. Thank you. Moving on to motion 11. Got Tim Newbold and Dean Taylor. If they could be ready, please. Thank you.
Right. Boroda, good morning. Maji Mai. We've heard a lot in motion 12 about inspection and evidence about inspection. Well, we've got a surprise for you this morning because we have, I think for the first time in an NAHT conference, we have got all the evidence that we could find to prove that inspection proves education and standards. So here it is, all the evidence. Dean, if you could just take that bit of the list there. And, oh, there you go. As you can see, there is no evidence that inspection improves education. And were we to list the impact of inspection, we would, of course, need a used one of these. But as Dean has just demonstrated as well, once you put it all back together, it's never as good as when it started, which is true of all schools, I think, in the aftermath of inspections, wherever in our nations they happen. Colleagues, we're asking you to support us in fighting against a little wheeze that Estyn, the inspection framework in Wales, has introduced. It's called something called interim visits. So cue a really awful I say joke. I say, Dean, when is an inspection not an inspection?
I don't know, Tim. When is an inspection not an inspection?
When it's an interim visit.
How does that work then, Tim?
Well, in order to find out how that works, let's play Spot the Difference. Right, Dean, I'm going to read you out everything that goes on in a full inspection, and then you're going to tell us what goes on in an interim visit. Okay, ready for this? Okay, so here we go. You have to prepare documents for inspectors. You've got pre-visit conversation. You've got a learning walk, examination of documents, talking to staff, talking to children. There's books that have to be looked at, work has to be looked at, online work has to be looked at. There's a published report, and Estin tell people it's a positive, supportive experience, and many heads enjoy the visit. Dean, what happens on an interim visit?
Oh, you've got to prepare the documents for inspection. There's a pre-visit conversation, learning walks, examination of documents, talking to small children, books online, be available, published work on the Estin website, and Estin Tell. Same story, really.
Right, so, okay. I know it's still Saturday morning. Can anyone spot the difference? No, that's fine. Thank you. That proves the point that, colleagues, there is no difference. Now, to be fair, and I've consulted my branch and we've talked to colleagues across Wales, some heads have had a reasonable experience of an interim visit. They say it is supportive and helpful. Many say it's not, and it is really, really stressful. What we're calling for in our motion, please, is that if we have to have inspection, and that is obviously, I think we know the answer to that one, but if we have to have inspection, it's got to be clear what its purpose is. Inspectors have to be clear on what they're doing, and colleagues, we move the motion.
Conference, I second the motion.
Right, conference. After you've all been delighted by that show, outstanding, Dean and Tim, thank you so much. We will go to Dave for our National Executive view.
Conference, National Executive strongly support this motion. I'll let you feed back to Dean and to Tim on their performance. But as the governing body that has the advantage of seeing the work of all three of our nations and the Crown dependencies that compose NAHT, we know how important it is to ensure inspection is a space of supportive practice, and we must stand with our colleagues across any nation in that continued fight.
Thank you, Dave. Now, colleagues, we are going to go to the vote. All those in favour, please show your hands. And against? Unanimous again. Thank you so much. And what a delight to listen to the words and see the performance, gentlemen. Thank you. Now, we are in for a treat, guys. We have motion 13, the extraordinary Rona Tutt to propose and David Duncan to second. And then I also have indications of speaking from Chris Marlin, Catherine Barlow, Amanda Hume, Marika Miles, Nicola Bailey and Alison Francis. Take it away when you're ready, Rona. Thank you.
Thank you. And good afternoon, conference. I'm not a first-time speaker. So I've failed on not being a first-time speaker, and I've also failed on not bringing a toilet roll or anything like it with me. Sorry about that. The long-awaited Schools White Paper, Every Child Achieving and Thriving, provides an opportunity for us all to help shape the latest attempts to reform the SEND system. Making it possible for more pupils to be included in their local schools is a worthwhile aim, but it won't work unless there are sufficient resources to implement the changes, training is in place to upskill staff, inclusive language replaces what is currently seen as acceptable, and physical environments are designed with much greater care. Taking each of these points in turn, at the heart of the proposed changes is the need for sufficient resourcing in terms of both staffing and funding. Establishing a multitude of inclusion bases will also take a lot of organisation, planning and space. Yes, there may be room in some schools where roles are falling, but that isn't happening everywhere. The government has set aside some money for CPD to support mainstream schools in becoming more inclusive, but what is needed is a long-term, fully funded programme of professional development, and for every teacher in training to finish their course feeling confident about teaching all the pupils in their classes. Looking at the wider context in which the SEND system sits, despite a review of the curriculum and its assessment, the punitive system of testing primary pupils continues. So fluent readers will continue to fail the phonics test because they're not good at recognising words that don't make sense. Obscure aspects of grammar will continue to be rammed down the throats of children so they can regurgitate the information, as it's only academic achievement that counts. This non-inclusive approach continues with terminology such as children reaching expected standards at set ages and, quote, children with SEND are not succeeding as they should, with too many children not stretched to achieve all they can. Children are not pieces of elastic, and even elastic can snap if the pressure becomes too great. But how can you measure the achievements, not of an homogeneous group of pupils, but how can you measure the group of children that come under the SEND umbrella and say how well or not they're doing? As well as the squillions of millions squandered on the whole panoply of SATs, what is needed is to stop pupil performance being used as a high-stakes accountability measure, which goes against the whole idea of inclusion and makes some children feel like failures every time they sit a SAT. Since education, health and care plans replace statements, all services have been under pressure. But if health and social care are not able to be more fully engaged, EHCPs are a misnomer. Closer communication between the services will become even more vital as we move towards the proposal that all children with SEND will have an individual support plan, even if they also have a specialist support package and an EHCP. If a child is also receiving support from health and from social care, they could land up with an ISP, an SPP, an EHCP, as well as an individual health care plan and a social care plan. The final aspect is the need to invest in physical environments so we don't repeat the problems of the past, when what looked like a good way of saving money turned into disaster. This includes the fiasco of building schools for the future, the asbestos which still lurks in many schools, and builders using reinforced autoclaved aerated concrete, causing some schools to be wrecked by wreck. As I said at the start, yes, there are schools in some areas with failing roles, but one political party, which I won't name, as NHT quite rightly prides itself on being apolitical, has seriously suggested that repurposing empty churches would save money, which could be used for inclusion bases or stopping children being taxied to far-flung special schools. We are meeting in the middle of a consultation which was published alongside the school's white paper. Its title, SEND Reform, Putting Children and Young People First. We want any changes to the system to work. We want all pupils not just to survive, but thrive by being in the environment that suits them best, whether that is support in the classroom, in an inclusion base, in special or alternative provision. We want to make sure the SEND system works better in the future for all the children and young people who most need our help and the help we could give them if only we were given the tools for the task. It is time the government realised that in this context, they are not the professionals. We are. Conference, I move.
Thank you. I'm going to move to the indicated speakers and only take those, please. Can you remember the order? Excellent, thank you.
Chris Mailing, Redbridge branch, and Send Rep on the National Executive, first-time speaker, first time at conference. So let's be clear that inclusion is not the problem, it's under-resourcing that is. We're being asked to provide for a wider range of needs than ever before, and quite rightly so. But that expansion has not been matched by the staffing, funding or specialist capacity required to do it well. The result is school leaders and their teams being stretched beyond reasonable limits, trying to reconcile their ambitions with reality. The National Audit Office confirms that the demand for SEND support has risen significantly and the system itself remains financially unstable. It's not the failure of schools, it's the failure of alignment between policy and provision. The Sutton Trust warns that without proper investment, the gap between pupils with additional needs and their peers will only widen. Inclusion without resources risks becoming exclusion by another name. We see this every day in our schools. Support staff spread too thin, teachers juggling increasingly complex needs, leaders making impossible decisions about where limited funding goes. This is not about resisting inclusion, it's about making inclusion work. When done properly, inclusion transforms lives, but when it's underfunded, it places unsustainable pressure on staff and ultimately fails the children it seeks to support. So if the government seriously believe in these reforms, they must equally be serious about resourcing them. Not warm words, not aspirations, but tangible, sustained investment in the people and the provision that make high-quality inclusion possible. Colleagues, I urge you to support this motion.
Thank you, Chris. Catherine, please.
Catherine Barlow, North Yorkshire branch, Send and AP Council, first-time speaker. We need to recognise that over 45 years on from the Warnock Report, and despite numerous codes of practice and legal reforms, the system continues to fall short in preparing teachers to meet the needs of children with SEND with confidence and precision. Teachers at all stages of their career are not lacking commitment. They are not lacking care. What is lacking is training and professional development that meaningfully translates into the classroom context in which teachers work. At the centre of this issue is an over-reliance on the concept of adaptive teaching. While well-intentioned, it has become an umbrella term that risks reducing the complexity of teaching to something that appears simple, generalisable and easily applied. In reality, teaching children with SEND is neither simple nor reducible. It is complex, relational and deeply contingent on context. When government policy and national frameworks present adaptive teaching as the dominant response to need, it risks obscuring more than it clarifies. The consequence is a system in which teachers are expected to respond to complexity, having been prepared through generalisation. We are concerned that the SEND reform agenda, as set out in the SEND and Alternative Provision Improvement Plan, further compounds this position by reinforcing adaptive teaching as a singular solution. This reflects a continued move towards the standardisation of education without sufficient recognition of the complexity of context. There is a risk that providers will produce generic resources aligned to central models rather than enabling schools to respond meaningfully to the needs of their children, their communities and their context. We therefore need a fundamental rebalancing of teacher development from initial teacher training through to ongoing professional development so that it reflects the true nature of teaching.
Thank you. Can we take Amanda now, please?
Thank you. Amanda Hume, Bolton Branch and Chair of Practice Committee on the National Executive. As school leaders, we know that inclusion is not a slogan. It is a daily commitment to seeing every child as capable, valued and full of potential. That is why the third bullet point in this motion is so critical. We must have assurance that the revised national curriculum uses truly inclusive language and that assessment reflects the whole child. Inclusive language is not a box-ticking exercise. It is the way we speak about children that honours who they are, not what they lack. It means using words that focus on what our children can do, not on what they can't. Describing children as individuals first, not as labels. It means saying a child with autism rather than an autistic child, or a child who communicates differently rather than a non-verbal child. This is not semantics. It shapes expectations, attitudes, and ultimately outcomes. When national guidance uses deficit-based language, it quietly reinforces the idea that some children are burdens or problems to be managed. But when it uses inclusive language, it sends a powerful message. You belong, you matter, you are more than a diagnosis. And language must be matched with assessment that reflects the whole child. A narrow, test-driven model cannot capture the breakthroughs we witness every day. The moment a child self-regulates, communicates a need, or builds a friendship. The moment a child makes eye contact with you and smiles back at you. These are profound achievements and they deserve recognition. So I urge conference to support this motion. Let us insist that SEND reform is not only deliverable but rooted in the values we hold as leaders. When the curriculum speaks inclusively and when assessment honours the full breadth of a child's development, we create a system where every young person can truly thrive.
Thank you, Amanda. Marika?
Marika Miles, Chair of the SEND and AP Council. The Schools White Paper presents a very bold vision, and it tells us that schools should no longer be treated as isolated islands and that public services must be rebuilt around children in schools. But the current problem is that the rhetoric is strong, but the responsibility is vague. The White Paper, despite the widespread interpretation to this effect, never actually says schools are responsible for coordinating health or social care, and yet it fails to say who is. And this gap really matters. It matters because in the absence of clarity, responsibility does not disappear. It simply slides quietly and predictably onto schools. So in the real world, schools are holding children when mental health services are missing, chasing referrals that go unanswered, managing safeguarding risk without authority, capacity or support, and chasing attendance as a clear and measurable manifestation of neglect with a total indifference from social workers who say this is a school issue. It's not joined up working. I have a real concern about the imprecise language and conflation between terms such as partners, agencies and services in the White Paper. They are not interchangeable. Within the White Paper, there's a you said and we did section, and this responds to headline feedback. Multi-agency collaboration and access to specialist service needs to be improved. This is what they respond with. Experts at hand. I am utterly intrigued by the idea of a social worker as an expert, or indeed at hand. Sorry, social workers. Growing more ed psychs and mental health teams, and now, newsflash, the integration of schools into safeguarding as strategic partners and including us in multi-agency child protection teams. Major development. Not one word towards the morally acceptable position of insisting health and social care play their part. Please support this motion.
Thanks, Marika. Moving on to Nicola.
Hello, my name is Nicola Bailey from the Birmingham branch, and this is my first time speaking. I stand in strong support of this motion because the physical environment in our schools is not a luxury, it is a fundamental part of provision. Investment in physical environments for children with special educational needs is critical to prevent further impairment or harm to their psychological and physical well-being. For many of our children, the environment shapes behaviour, supports regulation and determines whether a child can access learning. However, Despite this knowledge, we are at risk of repeating mistakes that were previously made when schools were built without fully considering the needs of students. Learning spaces were too small, too rigid, and simply too overwhelming. This resulted in significant amounts of money being spent trying to redesign spaces to accommodate students' needs. It didn't work then, so now the notion that we can create inclusion hubs and resource bases in every school across the country is quite simply a utopia that is unrealistic, unethical and unfair, because despite goodwill, it cannot meet need. It only serves to sidestep the very real demand for more specialist provision and properly resourced placements that children actually require. At a time when many schools are already stretched in expertise, in funding and in morale, those trying to align with the direction of these reforms without appropriate investment may only be able to offer students makeshift provision through adapted rooms, compromised spaces and environments that do not meet need. True inclusion cannot be built as an afterthought, which means if we get the environment wrong, everything else is compromised. Therefore, we are asking that inclusion by design actually means and is seen as inclusion by design. So this motion is not just about buildings, it's about whether we are serious about inclusion, as inclusion without investment is not inclusion, it's compromise. We cannot continue to ask schools to carry out that compromise at the expense of the children who need us to get this right.
Thank you. Alison.
Good morning, Alison Francis. I'm assuming the name Alison Negative Nelly for this motion, although I do fully support it. I agree with everything that's been stated, but I am sceptical and I'm worried. I'm worried about the government's true commitment. When EHCPs were introduced, health and social care were meant to be equal partners. Every one of us will have experienced the reality that both sectors push back responsibility to schools. They haven't got the funding, the capacity, the staffing. The LA haven't commissioned enough time, so the buck stops with us. Parents blame the school, and often social care, health and even the LA will tell parents that it's the school's fault that support's not provided. The reforms are ambitious, they are needed. Health and social care must play their full part. The proposed reforms leave families little choice but to battle schools through a complaint system if their children's needs are not supported. This route is adversarial and will only lead to a breakdown in relationships. Guarantees will not suffice. Real accountability needs to come with these reforms. And that accountability starts with the government. If the reforms are not fully funded, then with all the goodwill in the world, schools won't be able to make them work. What is currently promised in terms of funding just won't cut it. The DfE needs to fully and realistically cost these reforms before they push them through. As leaders, we're accountable for costing our school improvement plans. Let's see the DfE's plan. Let's see where they've got their costs from. We must be very careful. Inclusion and predefined packages do not come at a cost to students' rights and their needs. Bridget Phillipson, I support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you so much to each and every one of you. Thank you for understanding on the timings also. Conference, I'd like to take us to vote on this, please. Everybody in favour, hands up. And those against? Excellent, unanimous. Again, well done. We are going to now go to emergency motion number 1. Karina Hansen and Hugh Jones, if you can make your way up on the stage, please. Karina is the proposer and Hugh is the seconder. Thanks. You all got this on your app yesterday, so hopefully you have had time to read, digest and get the views of your branches.
Diolch. Cynhadledd, Karina Hansen, Swansea Branch and Cymru exec as well. Conference. I want to begin by explaining why this is an emergency motion, and that word matters and we should not use it lightly. In the last few weeks, we have had new financial information from Welsh Government that we're going to receive 555 million in consequential funding over the next 3 years. And this is as a result of increased SEND spending in England, driven by exactly the same pressures that Welsh school leaders are living with every single day. That money exists, it's coming. And yet, there's no clarity, no commitment, no guarantee that a single pound will reach our schools. In just the last few days, Welsh Government goes to the polls. A new government will be formed. And if we do not demand a public commitment before that government settles in, we risk repeating the same cycle. Underfunded reform, impossible budgets, and children paying the price. NAHT Cymru has been sounding the alarm on an ALN crisis for years, long before Welsh Government pushed through cost-neutral, I'm going to say it again, cost-neutral, changes to the NAHT Act. We said this would happen. We said you cannot expand a statutory duty, increase expectations, transform a system without proper funding. We were right. To be fair, Welsh Government did eventually provide some funding, but nowhere near enough to tackle the surge in need, the explosion in workload that we've seen. Paul spoke yesterday about consequential funding of 329 million that came to Wales recently, last year. An opportunity to resource our schools. What happened? 113 million went to local authorities, but no guarantee that it would reach schools. An inadequate response dressed up as support. And now, 555 million more is coming, and we are asking the same question. Will any of it reach our children? School leaders are being forced every day to make impossible decisions, to ration support, to manage, not meet needs. Last week at our hustings, we asked candidates to commit this funding to reaching schools and to address the crisis we see today. Sadly, none gave that commitment. We were told in no uncertain terms that it's for Welsh Government to decide priorities for Wales. OK, that might be so. So we're here to tell them, well, what is a priority? A priority is ALN funding. With a predicted 137 million shortfall in school budgets this year, there is no slack in the system. So what are we asking for? It's simple. Commit that 555 million to schools, not potholes. Funding for a child in a school waiting for support that should be there. That child cannot vote on Thursday, but we can speak for them today. Conference, I move.
Thank you, Hugh.
Pnawn da, Cynhadledd, good afternoon. Hugh Jones, Conwy branch in Cymru. We were promised that ALN reform would be cost neutral. Those two words are doing a lot of heavy lifting. In reality, this is a cost shifted onto schools. Let's be clear about why this £555 million is coming to Wales. It's coming because the need is overwhelming, because SEND spending in England has surged under the very same pressures we are living with every day in Welsh schools. The need is real, the need is here, the money needs to follow the need. Now, I'm a passionate believer in devolution, and that the Senedd should run its own affairs, and that it has every right to spend its budget as it sees fit. But with that right comes responsibility, and the responsibility this time is education's. As Karina said, potholes can be repaired, missed learning cannot. In 5 days, voters will hand the next government in Cardiff a mandate. That mandate must include transparency on the consequential and a fair share for the children. This system, despite the stellar work that school leaders are doing, is failing. Conference, I second this motion. Diolch.
Thank you. Conference, we move to vote, please. All those in favour? And against? Unanimously carried. Thank you. So, Conference, we will now end the debate here. We will begin the next debate with motion 22. We will then return to motion 14. In this final debate and session, we will work through all of the motions, including emergency motions. If you've not seen the emergency motions, they have been circulated on the app, including a third emergency motion agreed by GPC this morning. Please take the time to discuss these with your delegation. Conference, we will now end the debate here. Thank you. We will now show a video from another of our sponsors for this year's conference, TIB Services.
So our role as a caretaker is a very valuable one. We bring lots of skills that other people within the school environment don't have. And they, of course, aid towards the running effectively and efficiently of the building and the schools.
So TIB is the only company in the UK which specialises in recruiting for school estates roles. We regularly and constantly hear from schools and from multi-academy trusts that they really struggle to recruit and to retain good site staff. And we meet that need with really excellent, fantastic, mature candidates who really want to help.
Do I make a difference to the schools I support? Yes, I do. I know this simply because the teachers tell me that. Some of the schools I've gone to haven't had a caretaker for quite a while, so there is a lot of work that needs to be done. And I make it my duty to look around the schools and see what needs to be done.
I've got an engineering background, so I can fix things. I've worked in construction, so I understand about how buildings are put together. I've worked in FM, so I'm familiar with maintenance of fire alarm systems, drainage, roofs, windows, you name it. I've been experienced in it.
When we're interviewing candidates, we're looking for those little extra elements to their working life, over and above their professional trade, military or ex-service background, things they've done outside of work. Yes, we're looking for practical skills, so we like them to demonstrate to us what they've done, maybe DIY tasks they've done in their own homes or the homes of family and friends. But we're also interested to see what they've done outside of their working life in terms of being comfortable working in an environment where they're going to be surrounded by young people.
We're really looking at people who enjoy working in that area, enjoy working as part of a team, and really interested in being part of the community where they're working.
Safeguarding in schools is clearly a priority for us. We want to make sure we're putting the right people in the right place, in the right environment. Most of them have had a long working career, and they're at a point in their lives now where they want to give something back to their local community, and they feel they can do that by supporting schools.
As a police officer, we interview and speak to many, many people in different circumstances, and during the interview we're able to bring out not only the bad aspects but also the good aspects in candidates to ensure that we only provide the right candidates for the right role.
It can be simple as, you know, lights haven't worked for several months, and just by putting some new lighting up can make a whole difference.
I cannot sit down. When I'm at home, my wife's saying, please sit down. I'm always doing something, looking for something to do around the house, or people are calling me to do either small IT jobs or some DIY jobs. And I'm that type of person that I will always help people.
When I joined the school, I feel like I had really good transferable skills. I'm very good at DIY, and the jobs that they gave me, I feel like they were very impressed with how quickly and efficiently I got them done.
The main thing I find rewarding about working in a school is the fact that you can just help people when they need you the most, and they really do appreciate it.
Thank you to TIB for their generous support. It now gives me great pleasure to introduce our second guest speaker. Tony Gallagher is a Professor at Emirates and Honorary Professor of Education at Queen's University here in Belfast, and a Fellow of the Academy of Social Science. Prior to his retirement from Queen's, he held a number of leadership roles in the university, including Head of School, Dean of Research for Arts, Humanities and Sciences, and Pro-Vice-Chancellor. His primary research interests lie in the role of education in divided societies and the civic and democratic role of higher education. He has researched collaborative school networks and shared education in Northern Ireland and other divided societies, and is a member of the steering group of the International Consortium for Higher Education, Civic Responsibility and Democracy. Very warm welcome.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for inviting me to come along and say a few words this morning. And thanks to the local school leaders who suggested my name as a possible speaker. I want to talk to you this morning about some of the work we've been doing in Northern Ireland with schools, teachers, and school leavers. And in particular, I want to talk about work which the purpose of which was to support the peace we've enjoyed here for almost 3 decades. And I want to connect some of the themes that came out of that work with some themes emerging from a recently published study by Nottingham University on sustainable school leadership in England, Wales, and Northern Ireland. But before I get into that, I want to say a few more general words about Northern Ireland and some of the challenges we face in education and in the wider society. As I said, we've enjoyed almost 3 decades of peace since the signing of the Good Friday or Belfast Agreement, although in truth that peace remains fragile. The world my children and grandchildren are growing up in is infinitely better than the world I grew up in, but it could and should be so much better. A key part of the historic settlement in the Good Friday or Belfast Agreement was the establishment of compulsory coalition government in which all the main political parties had a right to ministerial posts. The system of government was designed to encourage cooperation. The incentive to cooperation was that in its absence, few, if any, decisions would be made. It was a really good idea, but it hasn't exactly worked out like that in practice. More decisions have been blocked than agreed, and there's little evidence of long-term strategic planning. There's been lots of rhetorical support for education, but to be perfectly honest, limited evidence of practical support on the ground. And one of the consequences of this has been a significant decline in the level of funding for schools. And that can be looked at in terms of facts and figures or dry statistics, but actually it means more than that. I'll never forget watching Graham Galt provide compelling and at times highly emotional evidence in the House of Commons as he talked about the pressures facing school leaders in Northern Ireland in the face of declining resources. And schools are facing other challenges as well, not all of which are unique to Northern Ireland, of course. A lot of what I heard in the discussions this morning reflect broader issues of concern to us all. But there's a huge backlog of maintenance work needed in our schools. We're struggling, as many of you are, to deal with the rising number of children and young people with special education needs. And for years, the relationship between teachers and the managing authorities here has been, at best, poor. I'm sure you'll be discussing these and many other issues in the conference, and you'll have much to learn from the experiences from the different jurisdictions in the UK. But I now want to step back a little bit to look at some of the longer-term picture on the role of schools since the Good Friday or Belfast Agreement. During the quarter century of political violence here in Northern Ireland, many dedicated teachers and school leaders made valiant efforts to promote better community relations. One of the most important initiatives was through the development of religiously integrated schools, but there were also important efforts to develop a curriculum which would give young people a more expansive and diverse perspective on our society, past, present, and future. And there were efforts to bring groups of young people from different communities together for short-term contact initiatives. But despite the valuable and committed work that was done, some of us were persuaded that the opportunities provided by the Good Friday or Belfast Agreement required something more, something to build on what had already been achieved and to help sustain the peace we were beginning to enjoy. One of the things which emerged from this work was work on what we called shared education. This wasn't designed to replace what was already happening, but to complement, add, and enable all that work. The core idea involved in shared education was a simple one. A legacy of our history in education here is that most young people attend schools that reflect the wider religious divisions in our society. This is changing slowly and is not mandated, but it did have the effect of placing institutional barriers between young people and limiting the opportunities they had to engage with one another. The initiatives in curriculum, contact, or integration had all been aimed in one way or another at addressing those barriers. But at the time of the Good Friday Belfast Agreement, the evidence of systemic change was at best limited. With the shared education work, we wanted to explore the possibility that schools in local communities could work together collaboratively so that students could take some of their classes in each other's schools. We wanted to develop an approach which would not be a short-term experience outside of the normal school day and peripheral to the everyday life of the schools. Rather, we hoped this type of collaborative sharing could become a routine part of what schools here did. We also hoped it would lead to a situation where teachers in the school felt they had some degree of responsibility for all of the young people that lived in the area in which they were based, not just the young people who attended their schools. If this could be achieved, we felt it would provide a number of advantages. When schools collaborate, they can provide a wider curriculum for all their students. Collaboration like this opens up a wider set of experiences for young people, children and young people. And it also provided the possibility of supporting teacher-led, locally based professional development networks. It also could have advantages for society, not the least of which is that schools would demonstrate the value of collaboration for the common good. Schools are key civic institutions. By demonstrating the value of working together for the common good, they would send a hugely important message to our politicians. I'm pleased to say in the years that this work has been put in place, that the work in shared education has demonstrated, I think, a significant degree of success. We ran pilot programs with over 100 schools between 2007 and 2014 to work with teachers and school leaders on developing a practical model for school collaboration. A ministerial advisory group in 2015 examined evidence on the impact of all this work and recommended that the approach be mainstreamed. And shared education was adopted as a statutory requirement for the Department of Education and the Education Authority not long after that. Up to the COVID crisis, during which the movement of students between schools was, as you would expect, largely impossible, upwards of 2/3 of schools were involved in shared education partnerships, and tens of thousands of students were spending some of their time in shared classes in other schools. We'd also initiated some important work on locally based professional development networks. Strong school partnerships benefit from multiple connections. Those multiple connections provide or support sustainable collaboration over time, and trying to shift the axis of the way the school system worked was one of the key aims of what we were trying to do. Those multiple connections between schools and these type of collaborative networks also are only going to work if they help schools address all of their priority areas, not just reconciliation outcomes. But one of the key things that we learned was that school partnerships had to be locally led and appropriate to their context. Even in a small place like Northern Ireland, the challenges and the possibilities differ across place, so there should be no attempt to impose a singular top-down model of collaboration. But the most important lesson we learned from this work of all was the need to trust teachers and school leaders. They knew the challenges and the possibilities of their local context better than anyone else, so they should be the main drivers of collaboration and lead the agenda in taking the building and establishment of collaborative networks forward. Our role as academics supporting this work was to provide support and ideas for them, while at the same time encouraging a sense of ambition and encouraging them to keep pushing the agenda of the possible forward. This last lesson became even more evident when the work we were doing here attracted international interest from educators in a wide range of other divided societies. And we worked at various points in places like Israel, Lebanon, North Macedonia, Kosovo, and Cyprus, among others. Shared education was a set of ideas and principles based on network ideas, but they had to be adapted for different contexts rather than simply applied in some sort of uniform way. And that was as true of Northern Ireland as it was true of how the ideas might be adapted for any other context any other divided society. But the international work highlighted another important principle, and that is that while education and educators can and should contribute to healing the problems of a divided society, schools alone cannot and should not be expected to solve all the problems of a divided society themselves. The core problems in a divided society are political, not educational, and the core responsibility for dealing with those divisions lies with politicians. Educators can do a lot to help, but the key responsibility lies with the politicians. This idea connects with one of the findings that emerged from the recent research from Nottingham University in their work looking at sustainable school leadership. One of the main themes from their study was that an ethic of care had emerged as a key component of school leadership. On one level, they said this was school leaders addressing what they described as a deeply human response to need. As one school leader put it in the report, if a child is hungry or not attending school, then their capacity is inevitably restricted, and so the school needs to do something to find some way to try and address those problems. On the other hand, this role of an ethic of care reflected a perception among many school leaders that the level of support to schools had been stripped back in recent years, and they felt under pressure to step into this breach. And this pressure was often seen to have increased since the COVID crisis. At a time when the challenges of inclusion, safeguarding, behaviour and pastoral needs were increasing, a number of school leaders interviewed in the study suggested that, and I quote, everything rolls downhill to schools as they're expected to deal with a never-increasing number of issues. No one will know better than you that this work is physically and emotionally demanding. The Nottingham report suggested if this ethic of care has become a priority of school leadership, then this raises some foundational questions about the purpose of education. It also highlighted the need to talk about and set practical limits to the expectations that are all too often pushed onto schools. You need to know when to draw the line, and there has to be agreement on what schools can do and where other agencies must pick up their responsibility. The American educational philosopher Neil Postman once said that children are the messages we send to a time we will never see. This implies a special responsibility for teachers and school leaders, but it also implies an important responsibility for parents and the wider society. The moral commitment of teachers and school leaders to the needs and interests of their students came through very, very strongly in the Nottingham study. When school leaders were asked about their motivation, despite all the pressure and challenges, what shone through was their joy in working with young people, seeing them develop and grow, and as one of the school leaders said, and I quote, all the daft conversations in the corridor along the way. We saw that same level of commitment by school leaders during our work on shared education, where there was a strong desire to create experiences and opportunities for our young people so they could live in a better, more settled world than previous generations had experienced. Given that level of commitment, I think it's time all the rest of us involved in education, whether as academics, administrators, support services, or even as politicians, acknowledge and accept our responsibility to do everything in our power to give school leaders the resources, support, and capacity to do the best you know you can do. To paraphrase Neil Postman, what a powerful message that would send to the future most of us will never see. Thank you.
Tony, on behalf of everyone gathered here today, I want to extend our sincere thanks for a thoughtful, challenging and deeply grounded address. I had heard before this conference from my colleagues in Northern Ireland what a wonderful speaker you are and what a force for good you are, and it is really we're really thankful that we've all been able to hear from you today. You've reminded us not only of the progress made in Northern Ireland since the Good Friday Belfast Agreement, but also the fragility of that progress and the essential role that schools, teachers and school leaders have played in sustaining it. Your reflections on shared education and the decades of work that preceded it highlight what is possible when educators are trusted, supported and empowered to collaborate for the common good. We're grateful for the clarity with which you set out the pressures facing schools, the funding constraints, the growing complexity of need and the emotional and professional demands placed on school leaders. Your emphasis on the ethic of care and the need for society to share responsibility rather than shift it onto schools alone is a message that resonates deeply with all of us. Thank you for reminding us that while schools cannot solve every problem in a divided or unequal society, they can model the values and relationships that help shape a better future. And finally, thank you for honouring the commitment, resilience and moral purpose of those who work in education every day. Thank you.
Colleagues, that now concludes the second session of Annual Conference for today. In a moment, please make your way to Hall 2A, 2B for exhibition viewing and lunch. For those of you signed up for the Early Years Fringe meeting, that will be taking place in Hall 1D and your lunch will be in there also. We will return at 1:45 to finish conference with a debate on motions 14 to 25 and all other emergency motions. Please ensure that you are in the hall promptly as debates will begin straight away. Enjoy your lunch.